The views and opinions in this program are not those of CISA 7 or Spectrum.
All right, I'd like to call this special board meeting to order. We'll start with roll call. Ellen, are you helping us with that?
Yes, sorry, I need to get off mute.
No worries.
Mr. Becker? Ms. McCoy?
Here.
Ms. Sitnikau?
Here.
Ms. Smith?
Here.
Mr. Vanden Heuvel?
Here. All right, we have 5 board members present. I'd like to entertain a motion to go into closed session.
I move that, I move that the board convene in closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, Parent 1, Parent F, considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories or disciplinary data of specific persons, preliminary consideration of specific personnel problems, or the investigation of charges against specific persons, except where parent B applies, which, if discussed in public, would be likely to have substantial adverse effect upon the reputation of any person referred to in such histories or data, or involved in such problems or investigations, for the purpose of holding hearings under Wisconsin Statute 120.13, Parent 1, Parent C, to wit, to consider readmission of student under expulsion. The meeting will begin in open session to consider the appropriate motion for a closed session so provided by law.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Ellen?
Mr. Vanden Heuvel?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Sitnikau?
Aye.
Ms. McCoy?
Aye.
Mr. Becker?
Aye.
All right, passed 5-0, and we will go into closed session. Welcome everyone, and welcome everyone watching from home to our October regular board meeting. 2 things I'd like to touch on before we get to roll call. First, tonight marks the first meeting where we're utilizing a new board management feature for our board meetings, board docs. The hope is that this will help us to be more organized and certainly more user-friendly for board members, staff, and the public alike to follow along with our board meetings. There is an intro video that explains some of the features that's found on our website under GBAPSD.org, under Board of Education, and then Agenda, Handouts, and Minutes. So it might be some bugs working through tonight, but hope that this will help to make us more efficient and organized and user-friendly in the future. I'd also like to recognize that today is Indigenous Peoples Day. This is an important day to bring awareness and spark conversations about the truths of First Nations people. In our district, the Green Bay Public School District, we serve approximately 1,900 Indigenous students from any one of the 500 plus First Nations in the United States. 4 of our school districts reside within the Oneida Nation boundaries, and the Board of Education in the entire Green Bay Area Public School District is proud to recognize this day and our strong relationship with our First Nation partners. With that being said, we'll do roll call. Beth, if you could help us with that.
Good evening. Becker?
Here.
McCoy?
Here.
Shelton?
Here.
Sitnikau?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
Vanden Heuvel?
Here.
Warren?
Here.
All right, all 7 board members are present. We're also joined by our superintendent, Mr. Steve Murley, along with members of his cabinet. From the Intercity Student Council, we're joined by President Noah Becker from West High School, as well as Nathaniel Tomac from East High School. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us. With that being said, we'll move to the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone can mute their microphones, I'll say the pledge and everyone can follow along. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and that brings us to our mission statement. Rhonda, how are you feeling? Are you able to read the mission statement for us? You're still on mute, Rhonda. Thanks.
I know, I just have to bring it up on my phone. Hold on.
Oh, sorry about that.
Can you relay the message that I might be off camera?
Yeah, absolutely. I saw it. Yeah, Rhonda's dealing with some back troubles tonight. So to get comfortable, she may have to turn her camera off. She's still going to participate and be able to join us in the conversation. But if she's laying on the floor, that might not be the most flattering camera angle.
No, I'm going to rotate between ice heat and camera. So apologies. I'm sorry. It's
no
not,
worries.
Not ideal.
Thank you for battling through it.
Yeah. Okay. So mission statement. We educate all students to be college, career, and community ready, inspired to succeed in our diverse world.
Great. Thank you very much. Next, we have our collaborative commitments. Just as a quick overview, these are statements that were drafted by the Board of Education back in 2019 as a way of setting group norms and ways that we will conduct ourselves and try to coordinate our meetings. Every regular board meeting, we take time to review these to remind ourselves and remind the community of what we're striving to do. So with that being said, we've got those in front of us. Let's start with Kristina, and then we'll go to Andrew.
Right. We will strive to review board materials and seek clarifying information before board meetings.
We will embrace diverse views and perspectives as a path to effective solutions.
Okay, I'll do number 3, and then we'll go Laura and then Brenda. We will show consideration to everyone, fellow school board members, staff, students, families, and community members in our speech and behavior.
We will consider the merits of ideas. Oh, sorry, my phone is not helping me.
As the primary driver of our decision.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We will offer our comments efficiently and succinctly and avoid repetition in order to keep board meetings to a reasonable length.
Rhonda and then Dawn.
We will create equitable and inclusive opportunities to promote community engagement.
We will engage in conversation in a way that allows for all perspectives to be shared, considered, and valued.
Great, thank you very much. With that being said, we get to the open forum portion of our agenda, and we will start with the Intra-City Student Council report. And so I'll hand it over to Noah and Nathaniel to give us those updates.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Just so folks are aware, I randomized the order of the schools, so that's why you might see things get like not necessarily flowing very nicely. At the district level, co-curriculars across the district are figuring out new ways and how they can kind of figure out some innovative ways to meet even in the face of the pandemic. And the Intra-City Student Council elections have been held. You all are stuck with me as the president. Braden Freeberg joins us from Southwest. He is our new vice president. And Emily Kep from Preble is joining as our secretary treasurer. All right, from Southwest, Southwest will have a modified fall play performance this weekend. And Southwest won numerous recently announced awards at the 2019-2020 Center Stage High School Musical Theater program put on by the Fox Cities Performing Arts Center. They put on a high school edition of Chicago. They got outstanding overall production, outstanding ensemble, And then for individual actors and actresses, Grace Holmes as Velma Kelly won Outstanding Performance as Lead Actress, and Elizabeth Candwell as Mary Sunshine won Outstanding Performance by a Supporting Actress. From East, Yearbook has figured out some creative ways to meet, and they also won numerous awards at the same program. They put on Irving Berlin's White Christmas. They also won Outstanding Ensemble, and Will Mannion as Phil Davis won Outstanding Performance by a Lead Actor. At JDEL, their student council has created multiple new committees for this year, especially with the virtual meeting. They've been figuring out ways to do that. And one of these is with the goal of increasing student motivation. During the free time they have on Wednesdays, they've been playing fun games that have been very well attended and students have been coming to. At West, the student council will be holding a virtual costume contest for this fall. And they have also been they have a plan to go into various homerooms, like the new advisory periods, to especially focusing on freshmen to discuss the benefits of involvement in co-curriculars and what can still be done despite the pandemic. Preble, incidentally, has kind of a very similar program that they're planning to do. DECA is also figuring out creative ways to meet and plan for an upcoming competition if it can happen. And Preble also won awards at the High School Musical Theater program. They put on a performance of Mamma Mia. They won Outstanding Ensemble. And then for individuals, Vince Adams as Harry won Outstanding Performance by a Supporting Actor, and Victoria Lyons as Tanya won Outstanding Performance by a Supporting Actress. I just read a whole novel, but there's some good things going on in the district and at individual schools. Thank you, Mr. President.
I muted myself. Thank you for that great update, Noah. We really appreciate that, and it's great to hear our students continuing to succeed. We'll move on to the recognition portion. We have an organization that we want to recognize for their contributions to our district and certainly to our students. So I will, Amy, do you want to jump in here? I'll hand it over to Amy Fish to explain a little bit further.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity to publicly recognize and personally thank Nature's Way for their generosity and ongoing partnership. Back in March, when the shutdown occurred, Nature's Way reached out wanting to support in whatever was the greatest need at the time. We were in the initial planning stages of developing a weekend meal program, and without hesitation, Nature's Way stepped in to support in organizing. They sponsored the entire month of May, donating $50,000 towards food, as well as purchasing all of the reusable bags needed to distribute for food for the month. When we wanted to extend the program, I reached back out to Nature's Way to see if they could financially support, and they, again, without hesitation, contributed. In August, Nature's Way donated 183 care packages for teachers and support staff, consisting of vitamins and other supplements, in an effort to keep teachers and staff healthy during the pandemic. Since then, they continue to reach out and see how they can continue to support the district, our families, and students. We are grateful for their contributions to the weekend meal program and continued partnership. Tonight, Melissa Sondry is with us to represent Nature's Way. She is the HR specialist for Nature's Way, and she has been a delight to work with, and we're really happy you're here tonight. So thank you for joining us, and thank you to Nature's Way and Melissa for all of your support.
Well, thank you. Nature's Way is just so happy to watch you and all of you and everything great that you're doing for the community, and that you give us the opportunity to help as well. Community involvement is very important. Health and wellness, of course, very much during this pandemic. So thank you so much for this honor.
Thank you very much, Melissa. And certainly thank you to Nature's Way again for your support. It definitely takes our entire community to pull off what we're trying to pull off, and we definitely can't do it alone. So thank you very much on behalf of the district. All right, we will move on then to the last item in open forum, which is the public forum. Just as a reminder, although we are virtual, we still want to hear from the people in our community. To do this, you can go to our website under Board of Education. For each meeting, you can either submit written comments that we will have someone read for you, or you are welcome to read those comments yourself through a phone call. And so we can make a few phone calls and call people and get them to participate in that way. Just as a reminder, as we receive comment from public forum, we're not able to respond to any of those comments. We do listen and then follow up in another forum, but in tonight's board meeting, we're prevented from taking any action on those. So with that being said, we have two people who wish to be called tonight, and Josh is going to help us with that. And then we have two comments to be read. So Josh, I'll hand it over to you to make the first phone call for us.
And Marcus is on with us right now.
Marcus, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
This is Eric Vanden with the Green Bay School Board. Thank you so much for taking the time to call. If you could start by giving us your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes to address the board.
Okay, Marcus, address 401 South Fisk, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 5403. Boso Maniwiok, Nakato Manawich Kikitim. Hello, everyone. I'm going to speak. I thought it'd be fitting to speak my Manami language today in celebration of Indigenous Peoples Day. But I'm not here to talk about recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day. I'm here for my daughter because I promised her I would speak to the school board about her frustration. I'm here to speak about the issues of the COVID pandemic and virtual learning. The COVID pandemic has made our society hunker down, and it should be a time of reflection for our society. Instead, it's a political tool. I first want to commend each one of you for your voice and vote on these issues. It was as I watched other schools open up last month and collapse at the same time, I felt proud Green Bay made the tough choice. Including our special education students. Virtual learning was the band-aid needed during the lockdown last spring, but is falling off slowly over the wear and tear of our society. I want to stress this is not the teacher's fault or anyone's fault for that matter. We have to go back to the drawing board because virtual learning is failing our students and faculty. At first, I was excited to see a jump start for our understanding operating a computer. I started typing on a computer when I was in the 7th grade at Lombardi Middle School. My daughter is in the 2nd grade, so 5 years ahead of me, which is great. She caught on quick and even said, we're working on it. Virtual learning and technology, I'm starting to see the negative effects. I sit on lessons and it's difficult, both for the teacher and the student. My daughter, who loves school, wanted to go back during the clock down to be with her friends and learn from her teachers, despises school now. She's really good in the morning, excels on her reading and writing. But when the afternoon rolls around, when math and the special topics start, totally disengaged. It hurts as a parent to know my child loves school, and now I can't even get her to sit through the required time for school. And she's not as excited as she was prior. Aside from my daughter's experience, I see my friends and old classmates who are graduates. We all know this is a tough situation.
Marcus, are you still there? Okay, looks like we lost Marcus because of the connection. Josh, if we want to try to maybe...
Want me to try to call him back?
Yeah, if you try calling him back once, and if that doesn't work, we can go on to the next person and see if he's available second time. Hi, Marcus, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No worries. About the last thing we heard was as you were talking about your friends.
Yeah. So basically, you know, I see my friends, my old classmates who graduates the Green Bay Area Public School District, and they're struggling through virtual learning with their students just as I am. We all know this is a tough situation, but our children are suffering the most academically and mentally. The inability to be with their friends, learn in person with their awesome teachers, and the opportunity to continue the tradition of earning a great education in Green Bay is slipping through our future generations' fingers. May we scale back the virtual learning to just morning sessions. Let it be known there is a resistance growing among us parents, and we will be forced to take matters into our own hands when it comes to our children's future education. If we have to circulate petitions, demonstrate, and let our voices be heard, we will do it to show you you're failing us. I know the last straw for many parents will be to pull their students from this district and begin organizing homeschooling opportunities. I know parents who've already done this. We want you, the school board, to lead with innovative ideas to help us give the best education we can give our students. Hell, you don't even have to come up with the ideas yourselves. You go back to history and see what our ancestors did to teach students during times of pandemics. I guarantee you there are models we can replicate in the 21st century. We can't just sit around and wait for some bureaucrat in the state or federal office to lead us. We have to lead. As someone who has worked in the halls of power of our country, I can tell you our elected officials don't come up with ideas. They seek out models on the state and local level to replicate in American society. This is how the beginning of public policy is created in our country, through demonstration projects and showcase communities. You all need to start thinking this way or our community is toast. And don't tell me you're waiting for the feds or someone from the state to inform you what to do before you make a decision. Let me tell you something. The Wisconsin Department of Health does not plan to remove the COVID restrictions for their employees to return to work until after August of 2021. What does that tell you about this school year going back to normal? How about this? If there are no good ideas that can help us salvage our school year and allow our students, faculty, and staff be the best they can be, then cancel the academic year. Call it the blip and start preparing for 2021 with a grade repeat. Organize the teachers and student councils to figure out what we can do innovatively to deliver the best education the greater Green Bay Area Public School District is known for. Build a curriculum around outdoor learning, minimal computer work, and take-home assignments. Don't build a curriculum that ensures your numbers are high for the standardized testing. That way of thinking is over. Our district is not past its prime. We are just staggering from the devastating effects of Act 10 and now COVID. We can bounce back and show the rest of Wisconsin and the country Green Bay isn't just home to the Packers, but innovation that changes society for the better and upholds the Wisconsin idea. When the school reopens again, I want to stress that the era of pushing pennies in our district is over. Start reining in your wasteful spending. For example, the purchase of the Cup of Joy property. Don't be cutting hours for staff to clean our schools. Our staff should be able to do their jobs effectively. I know this is true because my daughter last July and February had the same cough twice in 2 months that wouldn't go away. And it happened once, and she took care of it, goes back to school, gets it again. I contribute this to the schools being cleaned minimally at that time, mostly just emptying out trash bins and just trying to get everything out of the door real quick enough. That's what I think is going on here. And when the schools are back in session, I hope the board considers this a source of sustainable cleaning products. The USDA BioPreferred program has countless options. Or call up Dr. Bronner's Magic Soap Company and inquire about a partnership for cleaning products for our schools. Dr. Bronner's is known for not just for their Castile soap, but their innovative, environmentally friendly, fire-resistant solution used by movie studios to control their explosives captured on film. I'm sure there's a great environmentally friendly cleaning product just waiting to be created that make our schools safer from viruses.
Marcus,
the parents, teachers, and students are watching you. Don't let us down. Wawanan and Neh. Thank you. That is all. Thank you for your time. I yield the floor.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Appreciate your comments. All right, Josh, one more phone call. Hi, Denise. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can
Hi,
you hear me?
Yep, Eric Vanden with the Green Bay School Board. Thank you so much for calling. If you could start by introducing yourself, giving us your address, and then you have 5 minutes to address the board.
Hi, I am Denise Seibert. I live at 883 Elmore Street in Green Bay. Good evening. My name is Denise Seibert, a parent representative of the Green Bay Area Public School District Special Education Council. The council is a representation of parents, community members, and Green Bay Area Public School employees who review current issues and trends to promote family engagement. Our council's plan is to focus on disseminating information, identifying needs, and networking with families. We wanted to reach out today to thank Mr. Murley, Ms. Sitnikau, and other district staff for joining us at our last SEEK meeting. We appreciate the time you've taken to listen to our concerns and answer questions, as well as hear thoughts and ideas in response to our last statement. We are also reaching out today because SEEK is looking to fill a handful of seats on our council. SEEK is looking to represent our diverse district with an equally diverse council of parent advocates. If you are interested in joining the SEEK council, please send an email to sec.gbaps@gmail.com and we will send you an application. We would like to request that the email be added to the meeting minutes for reference to families. We would also like to extend an invitation to families that would like to speak during the open forum of our meeting to convey their thoughts, ideas, and feedback held the first Thursday of each month. Please send us an email for more information. We will be sending you all a copy of this statement and request that you include it in the council, include our council email in the meeting minutes. Thank you.
Thanks so much for calling, Denise. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Eric.
Yep, have a good night.
You too.
All right. We have two statements that were sent in that wish to be read. We do have somebody ready to read those statements. I just want to remind we have 5 minutes on comments. Both of the statements submitted are rather lengthy. We'll do our best to have our reader get through the entire statement in the 5-minute time. Melissa, do you have a reader ready for us, please?
I am ready.
All right, go ahead.
First statement is from Heidi Peed, 1611 Royal Crown Court in Green Bay. The subject is proposed budget. Dear school board members, I am writing to you to provide my insight and offer feedback as you consider the 2021-2022 school budget. As a taxpayer in this district, I feel I have a say in how my tax dollars are spent. Although I do feel my voice was not heard in the decision-making process for my children's education for this school year, it appears that we may be in a remote learning model for the duration of the school year. With that being said, the school board members need to give serious and thorough review to the proposed budget and challenge the district to do better. I would be hard-pressed to find anyone that hasn't been affected in some way during this pandemic. Many have lost jobs, had a reduction in hours, had to take cuts in wages, and lost benefits, such as employer contributions to retirement plans, as companies grappled with how to stay open and afloat. The GBAPS staff have been very fortunate in that they have not lost a single dime through this pandemic. Since last March, staff have received their full pay and benefits despite, in all reality, not having the same workload. And this continues even now. No one could have predicted this, and surely no one thought we would still be living in this new normal. However, we are, and it's not going away anytime soon. In fact, I'm confident that we will still be dealing with this next fall as we begin the 2021-2022 school year. That is why I feel strongly this budget needs to be seriously looked at, and the school district needs to make hard decisions and be fiscally responsible like everyone else. When looking at the numbers, 64% of the budget is strictly employee wages and benefits. Another 20% is for contracted services. That's almost 80% of your total budget. This is money that is going directly for staff and facilities, not directly to the kids. Students are not reaping the benefits of this money in the form of classroom materials, additional learning opportunities, and other tangible things. The district is also getting an additional $8 million in federal and state funds, Some of these funds, which are going towards PPE, cleaning and disinfecting supplies, plexiglass, and instructional materials. These specific items are utilized in buildings, and yet kids aren't even there. Why are we paying to keep all the schools open, especially now as staff have been directed to work from home? Closing the buildings alone would reduce expenses for gas, electric, and utilities. This is especially a good cost-saving approach as we approach winter. Why are we paying for the abundance of administrative staff, secretarial staff, athletic directors, co-curricular staff, cleaning, janitorial staff, and transportation? What is the need for this staff when no one is in the building and there are no sports and activities? Why are we paying for transportation when the kids don't need transporting? The district needs to look at the need for elective classes such as gym, choir, band, art, and teen living skills, to name a few. How important are these classes in this unprecedented time? Our kids are already maxed out on screen time. It's time to reevaluate what is really critical and important as far as curriculum. When my daughter has to do a workout on her own and then record it for gym, is that really the best use of time? Does she need a teacher for that? When my son has to make a PowerPoint on songs that have meaning to him for music, again, is that what is serving him best? A teacher isn't needed for that as well. I would rather have him spend extra time in math or even take a break from the computer. We've seen laws revised to accommodate for COVID-19, such as waiving licensure renewal for healthcare professionals in order to ensure enough care is provided for patients. Universities are no longer requiring ACT and SAT for college admission. The DMV has waived the road test for new drivers getting their license. The school district needs to revise what is really needed and necessary during this pandemic and make the appropriate accommodations and changes to reflect the current environment. Kids do not need all the electives at this time in order to satisfy requirements for graduation. Maybe staff needs to be furloughed temporarily until it is feasible and appropriate to offer these classes again. If the district needs assistance in brainstorming ideas for saving money and working with the more reasonable means, there are plenty of hardworking taxpayers out there that can offer many cost-saving ideas and create ways to meet staffing challenges. These are hard times and hard decisions need to be made. I don't feel the school district is above everyone else. The school district does not deserve an exemption. Teachers are no more important than any other profession. GBAPS is proposing their usual budget in an unusual year. Plus they are receiving additional funds, and yet we, the students and families, are receiving less and less. Our current situation is a skeleton of the educational process. There are no sports or clubs or extracurriculars, and yet they want the same wages and benefits.
So that's the end of the 5 minutes.
Okay. The next statement is from Amanda Burmeister, 605 Knight Court in Green Bay. Dear GBAPS school board members, I am a 4K teacher at Kennedy Elementary School on the west side. On Sunday evening, the technology department sent out an email to staff letting us know that YouTube would no longer be available to students under 7th grade as of Monday, October 12th. This news came to me as a disappointment for my 28 4K students in the morning and afternoon classes. Music, art, and movement are an enormous part of learning. Much of our day is done through singing, dancing, and learning. This year is many students' first year in the school environment. Their first day of school was virtual. They have been in virtual for 23 days. I work hard to create a classroom family with the same amount of love and excitement as our physical school classroom. 4K students are able to log into a Google Meet in the morning with the support of an adult. YouTube songs and movement breaks are used in our morning meeting, and my internet lags so bad that it doesn't keep their attention. Every day I create a schedule for my students that incorporates seesaw activities to engage and extend their learning, develop fine motor skills by using hands-on materials at home, use their gross motor skills through music and movement, learn letter identification and sound production through zoophonics, and complete number, corner, and the investigations and workplaces with our newest curriculum of Bridges to prepare them for the learning that will happen in kindergarten and beyond. I ask that students respond to videos with their video camera on or their microphone almost daily. I am teaching my students that technology has positive benefits, including making our brains bigger and smarter. YouTube links are used in conjunction with Epic Books, Bridges resources, and recording of ourselves. Instead, YouTube allows another avenue for our students to learn. Pre-K staff plans for learning for the whole child. I want my pre-K students to be able to be ready to take
on the heavy work that happens in kindergarten while reading, writing, and math. In a virtual classroom, I am spending my prep time and my own family time, nights and weekends, and many early mornings searching for, editing, and creating our own activities on Seesaw to create a positive and engaging learning environment for our students. I am also planning and preparing for our morning meeting, small group and individual meetings for my 28 students. There is no other district approved resource that offers the same amount of music and movement, virtual field trips, and gross motor movement options that are age appropriate for 3 to 5-year-old students. YouTube is a resource to reinforce and extend our students' learning. By removing the opportunity for students to view educational videos and songs, they're taking away a resource that allows for the whole child to grow. Please reconsider the decision to remove YouTube from our pre-K student devices. Kids YouTube is an option, but does require a parent to sign up for an account. I hope that the district works together with staff to offer an equitable solution for our youngest students to participate in developmentally appropriate music and movement activities. Sincerely, Amanda Burmeister.
All right. Thank you for reading those for us. And again, appreciate the 4 people who shared comments with us tonight. Moving on to the agenda, or to the consent agenda for approval. Are there any items under the consent agenda that board members would like to have removed from the consent agenda? Andrew?
I guess I just want to talk about the new format here. I guess I don't have any items to remove, and in theory, I do like the idea of expressly making it easier to separate an item. I think that's good. I think it was always there, but to say it is good. But it's like it seems to be a kind of a substantial change to do before there's board discussion, although I don't see why I wouldn't have agreed, so I just wondered about that.
Yeah, I mean, we did this just to make sure that we have a mechanism in case somebody does want to have it pulled out. They could have done it before, but this, like you had said, just makes a formalized process for that. So if there's something a board member wants removed, they would just ask that we move it to the next item on the agenda so that we can discuss it. I think it's more of just a procedural piece that we built into the structure in case somebody wants to discuss it. So
I mean, about the putting it up front too, like I'm just saying it's a pretty substantial, since we're talking about meeting agendas structure tonight anyways. I was just wondering why the change was done like right away for this.
Are you talking about where it falls on the agenda?
Well,
or?
Yeah, more of that, I guess. I mean, I'm happy to see that we're explicitly saying, can we pull, how to pull items out. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in general, most meetings, in my experience, the consent agenda gets brought up, everyone, motion to approve, and we move on. It's a quick piece. And so putting it early in the agenda allows us to get it accomplished and over with. So go ahead, Rhonda.
I appreciate this possibility and opportunity to do this. I think it's been a long time coming, but I do have a question, because I know with consent agendas there are personnel decisions, votes. So I'm assuming we wouldn't be able to take something like that and have a discussion because it's personnel. So what would we do in that? I'm not looking to remove anything either, but I'm just wondering how we would handle that, because we would obviously not be speaking to something in open session. If it ever came up, I'm just wondering what that would look like.
Eric, I could offer that it's a great observation, Rhonda. If there was a personnel agenda item on there that a board member wished to separate from the rest of the consent agenda, then the board can vote to approve the remaining consent agenda items And indeed, you're correct, you wouldn't discuss the individual personnel in that item, but then that would give the opportunity for the board to vote on that item separately from the remainder of the consent agenda, which would allow you to vote for the majority of the consent agenda items, but then perhaps vote against a particular personnel item if that was the choice of the board member.
So if I'm understanding correctly, what you're doing is you're then kind of laying out something where you don't have a blanket yes or no. There's no, okay. Okay, great, thank you.
In addition to that, Rhonda, you'll have, just like in the past, you have the agenda ahead of time. So when you review the agenda ahead of time, and if there's something on that consent agenda that you want pulled off and that you want a discussion about it, and we can't discuss it in open session, we can always request a closed session and pull it off the consent agenda. You could table it after you've pulled it off. We could go into closed session on when we have properly posted for that closed session, discuss it, and then if the board is comfortable voting on it in a subsequent meeting, we could put it back on the agenda to vote on it at that time.
So do you anticipate then if a board member were to reach out, let's say on a Saturday, and request that they wanted something off of the consent agenda under personnel, that they wanted potentially a closed session conversation, then do you see that just being granted, or do you see that as being something that would then have to have a board vote? Like, because we've never done this before, I'm just wondering how we would navigate through that.
So any member has the right to pull a consent item off of the consent agenda and vote on it separately. So really, if you are requesting that it be discussed though in closed session, then we would need the proper amount of notice to be able to post that and create a posting. A Saturday probably isn't going to give us time to be able to get that posting, but we could do it in a subsequent meeting where we would have enough time to make the posting.
Okay. All right. And I'm not sure I even anticipate that ever happening, but it's just really good to understand the process. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I didn't get this notification out to people sooner. I think I sent an email to the board this afternoon to just let them know that we would be doing this, and I'm glad to be able to explain it now. Go ahead, Kristina.
And just to go back to Andrew's point, Andrew, are there any procedural issues or any other bigger issues as to where this consent agenda item falls in the agenda scope, other than just it was at the end and now it's at the beginning, so we can just move action on it and move past it?
Yeah, I would say as long as, yeah, I just think it's good practice for, as we're doing later with meeting times, I think something where we're changing the agenda structure around, or we're doing something like adopting a new platform like board docs. I think it's good practice for that to be a whole board decision, though I wouldn't have opposed putting this first, and I wouldn't have opposed switching to the board docs platform either. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there's no other discussion, I'd look for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. And with that, the consent agenda passed 7-0. All right, moving down now past 4, 5, and 6, that takes us to our discussion session number 7. We have 2 topics there: legislative liaison report and the WASB director position. And that conversation will be led by Dr. Brenda Warren.
Thanks, Eric. I mainly just wanted to make the board aware that there is some ongoing activity in terms of trying to acquire some flexibility for districts during this pandemic year. I attached a letter, a summary, or a letter from WASB that was written to Senator Fitzgerald and Speaker Voss, asking for flexibility in things like teacher and professional staff licensure, Things like being able to utilize paraprofessional staff to provide content in the situation where we have a lot of teachers that are out either sick or quarantining. And then also some other licensing flexibility to try to help mitigate the effects of quarantining that we've seen in districts trying to maintain staff, trying to keep teachers in front of students. There's also a suggestion that the pupil counts be changed this year to actually allowing districts to use last year's pupil count just because of the disruption in instruction and things like that, that the movement of students in person and virtual may make it difficult to really get an accurate count. And then also, of course, would have a financial impact on districts. Simultaneous to the, well, I'm sure not simultaneously, but there's also a pandemic school stability package that's been proposed by Senators Larson and Smith and Representatives Pope and Considine that they just submitted last week with a deadline of tomorrow, looking for co-sponsors for their legislation. And much of their legislation actually mirrors the requests from WASB. So there's the pandemic school stability package includes a proposal for changing student counts and then also changing student counts as it relates to transportation aid. There's also, WASB has a proposal to give immunity from civil liability for schools. This doesn't mean that there was reckless behavior, willful, wanton, or reckless behavior is the term they use, that a district couldn't be sued, but it's to try to help mitigate any costly litigation that stemming from COVID-19, that even though the district was doing everything they were supposed to, that there was some, there was some damage there. And then there's flexibility with the Fund 46, which of course is the fund we just established a few months ago for long-term capital improvement, and allowing districts to use some of that, some of those funds without following the established rules of that. The pandemic school stability package also includes something along those lines. And then also both WASB and the pandemic school stability package have some flexibility in terms of assessment, believing that the focus this year should be on overcoming the loss of instruction from last year, and then also meeting the needs, social and emotional needs of children, rather than spending a lot of time on assessments. And also they are recommending that the school report cards be suspended for this year. So that's an activity going on. There's, again, the deadline for the sponsorship of the school stability package is tomorrow. So I should have more information for you in a month. Are there any questions?
Brenda, I think there's some questions. I saw
Rhonda?
Kristina first.
Oh, sorry, I don't see, oh, Kristina, and then Rhonda.
Thanks, Brenda, for this. It sounds like from the letter that's attached that those key bullet points actually hit some of the big concerns that we heard from the open forum session this evening. I mean, it sounds like what people are feeling in their homes and the community is actually aligned with the advocacy that's in this letter. Am I right in that?
Yeah, I would say some of it. I think, it crosses over. The financial part, I haven't heard, I don't think people in the community are as deeply aware of the finances of school districts and how the money we get from the state is calculated and things like that. But certainly in terms of accountability, just trying to get through the year, making sure our students have what they need rather than being focused on the accountability. So that's where I think the most of the crossover is in.
Thank you.
And then Rhonda.
Oh yeah.
So the letter I noticed is, CC'd to the Education Committee, Assembly Minority Leader Gordon Hint, State Superintendent Carolyn Stanford Taylor, the Governor, Senate Minority Leader. So I feel like, I guess I want to understand, so this letter is being sent to maybe put some fire in some of these legislators' bellies so that they can actually get out in front of it and maybe make a request. Is that what's happening? Do you anticipate a hearing on this? Do you think there's going to be an opportunity for school districts to speak to it at all?
Yeah, I haven't heard about any hearings yet. And I think you're right. The letter from WASB was September 23rd, and the information on the pandemic school stability package is dated October 6th. So they, like I said, they mirror each other. So I suspect that this letter and the lobbying work that our WASB lobbyists do probably are a result of the bills coming forward. But the actual bills themselves have are still draft legislation. So and I guess if I hear of any opportunities to speak to these bills, I can let the board know. But I haven't seen any hearing information yet.
So I guess not fully understanding all the process in the state government, maybe Kristina can speak to that. I'm wondering about, rather than, is there something that we can do as a district? Can we be proactive? Can we actually put into play some sort of resolution of our own? This is great. But can we additionally add our own? Can we request it? Can we make more of a concerted effort knowing what's going on, right? The numbers are insane. And when you have all of these other school districts, including private schools, who are conceding to that and who are going off-site themselves, is there a possibility that we can do something additionally? This is great, but this is one thing. Is there something we can do as a district to push this even further?
Yeah, I think once it's once the bills have their, if they have co-sponsors and those are put forward, we certainly can write a resolution to that effect. I would think maybe we would be able to, I could draft something for our work session meeting in 2 weeks if there's actually a bill to speak to at that point. And then we could maybe just schedule a quick special board meeting so we are able to vote on that in 2 weeks. So that's kind of what I was thinking in terms of advocating. That's and then of course any board member is welcome to write their own personal letters, and also if there's a hearing to be able to sign up and speak at the hearing.
Do you anticipate any of that being finished prior to the November 3rd election?
I don't know. I haven't heard.
Because I believe that would potentially make a difference.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Kristina, you have your hand up today?
A couple of things. One, so beyond what our board does, a couple ideas that I've had is taking this letter, ensuring that, Wisconsin Public Education Network folks here locally, advocates folks, parents know about some of these key issues. We can organize around that, encourage them to reach out to their elected officials and to Senator Scott Fitzgerald and Representative Voss, as well as other electeds around the state, asking them to return to their legislative session. A lot of this requires action from the legislature because the legislature is controlled right now by Republicans, and that's just the way it is. We're basically beholden to them being willing to show up in Madison to do this work. So if people can put pressure on them, that would be helpful. But unfortunately, until they're willing to take action, Rhonda, legislatively, to actually have bills on the floor to debate and consider passing, and will this change after November 3rd? Yeah, it hopefully will after maybe we have some different elected officials in the state legislature.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about timing in general. what it would look like. I think it matters. So
yeah, no, I think that organizing and sort of getting these key issues out to our constituent and our parent group so that they can connect to the frustrations that they're feeling in their homes and with their kids to how this shows up in Madison and in the Wisconsin legislature is good. So if you have ideas, we can talk, and Eric, maybe we can kind of come up with some ideas and connect with some of our key stakeholders and advocacy groups to see if they're willing to take some of this on as well.
Here's what I would say, and this is what I've observed. I believe there are definitely families out there that do not know that we do not have the ability as a school district to create variances with regards to assessments and teacher effectiveness and you know, per pupil counts and all of these things that are mentioned, as well as were mentioned in the open forum and things that I've seen and heard from members of the public. I think it's important if we can make some sort of communication that can be put out to establish that we in fact do not create those, if you want to call them obstacles, or those barriers sometimes in a pandemic. So whatever we could do to create a communication to establish that that is the case and that it doesn't end with us, it has to go further up the ladder, whatever that looks like.
Go ahead, Laura.
Steve, on this subject, in your meetings with area superintendents, are you seeing a heightened level of frustration? I mean, for me, it's gone beyond frustration. It's like verging on just rage at the negligence of our state legislature to take action. But when you talk to other superintendents, what are you hearing, or can you share with me, or with us, I should say, what you're hearing?
It's much like you described. You said frustration. I might say the word I might use in recent conversation is resignation. Just the failure to receive any kind of direction and the need to do it ourselves. I know that we've had extensive conversations about your work as a board and your conversations about gating criteria. They're probably all watching right now in terms of action that the board's considering tonight, with an understanding that it provides a platform for perhaps some Brown County level decisions that provide at least some level of uniformity when we look from district to district. But I guess, like I said, the word I'd use right now is just resignation, and couple it with your term of frustration.
Thank you.
Kristina?
Yeah, and I just wanted to add too, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Laura, because I forgot to mention this, that Ron Martin, he's the president of the Wisconsin Education, WEAC, has been advocating for the legislature to step up too. So I think the teachers unions have really been talking about this as well, which to your point, Laura, crosscuts, you know, not just our district, but districts around the state. So just wanted to bring that up too.
Unfortunately, our current legislature doesn't have a good track record with listening to teachers.
That is also true.
But I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
Can I add to that though?
Go ahead.
I think to seize the moment, right, when you have basically pretty much every school district in the state, because of the hot mess numbers right out there, that they are actually having to basically go to offsite learning, and that they are themselves feeling the pain, and that I think the time would be sooner than later to make sure that they understand. I mean, we are not the only school district offsite. We are among a lot of other school districts. As far as I know, every school district at this point. So I think the leverage and the timing is there for us to do something like that. And as soon as we can, would be great.
All right. Next is just a quick item. As you all probably know, we've had letters and emails about the WASB regional meeting coming up on October 20th. And our district is allowed one vote for one of the WASB directors that would represent our Region 3. And Laura has volunteered to be the person to go into that meeting and vote for our district. And I know that there are, this year there's 2 candidates. This is the first time in a while that we haven't had more than one candidate running. So at this point, I think Laura is prepared to vote for Sue today. And we just wanted to open it up for discussion. This is not something that we have to vote on. It's not required to vote. So just looking for a consensus opinion so that Laura knows going into that meeting what the board is thinking.
And I just want to expand on that Sue. So Brenda knows Sue from a lot longer than I have, but I've had being on the Policy and Resolution Committee, I've had a chance to get to know Sue, and she also, I don't know, Brenda, how long did she work for the Green Bay School District as well? Was it a lengthy tenure here?
Yeah, I think she worked for a long time. She retired right about the same time that I came on the board, but she had been in our district in multiple different positions. And so even though she's from a very small district, Sebastopol, I think she brings the perspective of a large district. I know she's very interested in making sure she is a voice for the large districts, because we don't have a lot of representation of large districts on the WASB board. And so she actually, for the last, I think she took over Mike Blecka's seat when he retired from the board. And then, so she's been on the WASB board of directors for about 5 years. And I've met with her at least once or twice a year in the last 5 years, just as a way of her being able to ask what's going on in our district. You know, are there things WASB could do to help large districts? Those kinds of conversations. So she really has a commitment to representing more than just her district. I think the other thing is that she's currently the first vice president. So I think that means that next year she would actually become the president of WASB, which would be a big bonus to have, you know, someone in our region as the president.
I would agree with all of that. And also I have personally found her to be highly responsive. I can call her literally anytime. And she's always really good at getting back. But I've also seen her in action, and it would be my recommendation. So I'm just going to throw it out there and see what other people might think.
Andrew?
I guess I would say I tend to not feel strongly that we need to. I think we could, but I don't think it's necessary here to direct a delegate either way. And I think, yeah, Sue comes from our district. Sue's done a good job, but something could come up in the candidate statements or in discussion, I suppose, that could change something. So short of, I guess I'd want to make it, I could maybe see some times where I would want to make it official and commit. I think I think the delegate should be free to vote their conscience.
Well, we're going to have the meeting is 5 minutes before the regional meeting, which is on 10:20. And actually, while I'm thinking about that, I know Brenda's going to be going to that. It's a virtual meeting. Normally, there's dinner and speeches and awards and lots of connection happening, which is the nice thing, but that's not possible this year. So it's going to be virtual. And I just was wondering if anyone else other than Brenda was planning on attending.
I will be there.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Nice.
Rhonda?
I will not be there. I will be in Kohler again working. Is it possible just to give in a nutshell, just Wisconsin Association of School Boards and what this person would be doing? And if anyone's watching and doesn't really understand what we're speaking to, if you would be able to just clarify that just briefly.
Yeah, the Wisconsin Association of School Boards is an organization really that's supports school boards across the state with just kind of, you know, what school boards need. And they also provide a lot of services, policy services, legal services, things like that. And then, of course, they have our annual conference is held every year in January. They hold multiple conferences throughout the year. And then also they're a big part of our political lobby. We have two lobbyists as part of WASB, and then the resolutions that districts submit and then are voted on at the annual conference in January, those become the platform for the lobbyists to talk with legislators from. And so the board oversees, you know, they're just like our board, the WASB has a executive director. You know, they make plans and the board then oversees and votes on various things related to those, you know, helps craft the conferences and things like that to make sure that the interests of school board members are met that way.
Yes, they also do quite a lot of educational services for like new board members, and you know, there's various things you can tap into. It's just, and I just got a flyer, I'm sure the rest of you got it too, that had a whole list of like seminars, online seminars that if you know, on various topics that are currently relevant to kind of help people. Because I mean, a lot of, you know, I was one of those people when I came on the board. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't know about, and they've been a good resource over the years in kind of, you know, guiding board members and educating them on the responsibilities of their position.
All right, looks like that's all for my report, Eric. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Brenda. Appreciate that. Moving on to number 8, action items. We have 4 items for us to take action on tonight. The first is Head Start program guidelines and procedures. And we are going to be joined by Sally Jansen, who can talk to us a little bit about that and what we need to vote on tonight. Sally,
Eric, do we need to...
Oh, go ahead, Brenda.
Do we need to make the motion before we start discussing? Because there's a motion here, right? Or are we going to make that after the presentation?
You can make the presentation first, and then following the presentation, you're able to make the motion and then begin your discussion.
All right.
So we'll do presentation, motion, any discussion, and then we'll take the vote. All right, Sally.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us. Head Start is on the agenda tonight, asking for approval of the changes to our program guidelines and operational procedures and changes to our Policy Council bylaws. And I'm here tonight to answer any questions that you might have about those changes. The majority of the changes are in the area of health and nutrition. And that is because we are now required to follow the daycare regulations put forth by the Department of Children and Families. And those are regulations that pertain to public school settings. So we've tweaked some of our procedures to fit those guidelines, those daycare guidelines. And then also we found out from the Office of Head Start before any Policy Council meeting that we had to ensure at least determine if a quorum was met for our voting on the policy council. So that change is also included in this document. So any questions about any of the changes that are on the document that you all have?
No, looks good, Sally.
All right.
All right. So we're going to try the new voting structure. So rather than doing a voice vote, after someone makes the motion and seconds it, Beth will release the vote and we will vote within the board docs program so that people can see how everyone voted electronically. So is there a motion, someone who would be willing to read the motion?
Eric,
Yep.
Can you just review what that means?
Honestly, Rhonda, I don't know if I know what it means. So we're gonna go through it together. So essentially, what's gonna happen is rather than Beth calling each of our names and us voting up or down, something's gonna happen, and we're gonna try to do it electronically, and then hopefully on the screen it'll be able to show who voted which way. But I don't know much more than that. I'm just waiting to see what's gonna happen. So hopefully.
I'll offer just a quick note. It's a little easier than magic. It just shows up on your screen as a dialog box and asks you to vote either yes or no, and you just click on it. And the nice part about it then is it records it for the minutes so that it's right there.
Is it virtually hold hands together while we do this?
Can I do this with my phone?
You should be able to. If you can't,
I'm on my phone looking at the agenda while I'm okay.
Yep, and if you can't, Rhonda, just let Beth know, and then she can just keystroke it in on her end.
Right on.
All right, so is someone willing to make the motion?
I move that the changes to the Head Start program guidelines and operational procedures handbook including selection criteria for the 2020-2021 program year and changes to the policy council bylaws for the 2020-2021 program year as presented be approved.
Second.
Any other discussion? All right, Beth, work your magic.
No, actually.
Oh, sorry, Rhonda's got a question. Sorry, Rhonda.
Which window would this be in online on the agenda? The voting mechanism.
It'll just pop up on yours. It's like a little pop-up, you know, like when you're on the internet and something pops up in front of it.
That didn't happen.
She didn't release it yet. She didn't release it yet.
It didn't happen.
Oh, okay.
You raised your hand. I thought you had something to discuss before we took.
Will I have to refresh then in order to see it? Is that what I need to do?
You shouldn't have to. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Beth, give it a shot.
Okay. It says online voting is now open.
Oh, there it is.
It comes up on our. Okay. Oh.
I don't see it. I'm sorry.
It's on your board docs page, Laura.
Yeah, I think if you it would either be very blatantly noticeable or not, although it doesn't work well in Chrome dark mode if anyone's doing that. But I mean, yeah. So if you didn't get it, is it only certain browsers?
If it's on your phone, it comes up on the bottom of the list.
Okay.
The bottom.
It's on my phone. Yeah, I've got it up on my phone and on my laptop, so I can vote. Okay.
Again, thanks for your patience, everybody. This will get easier with every vote that we take. This is the first with the new system, but it'll be nice to be able to record this electronically. So we have about a minute. All right.
I have received all of the votes. All of the votes have been entered and the motion has carried with all board members voting in favor.
Now, Beth, can I ask you a quick question, just procedural moving forward? If there is a split vote moving forward, you would say these people voted yes, these people voted no. You would record that audio?
Correct.
Okay.
And isn't there a feature where the votes actually show up on the screen, but is that limited because we're in Zoom?
When we're back in the real world, if we actually shared board docs, Beth and I talked about this, if we shared the platform interface, you would be able to see that right now on screen. But if you remember, as soon as you go to presentation mode, then all of you wind up as a little strip along the top. And so it makes it difficult for people watching to see the board members because not all are visible at the same time. So we had to make a decision. We wanted to compromise that we would just keep the presentation mode off screen. But when we're finally back in the real world, yes, you're absolutely right, Brenda. It'll be on screen and everyone will be able to see that.
Okay, thanks.
And in either environment, Beth would read the voting results for closed captioning purposes. So that'll happen all the time as well. So, all right, that wraps up. Thanks, Sally, for sharing that information with us. And that takes us to our next action item, which is the school calendar modification. I believe Vicki Beyer and Steve have some information to share on this agenda item.
Yeah, so I'll let Vicki jump in here, but as we've gotten into this process of online education, we have been learning and growing, and we've discovered some challenges with our calendar, and so we have some proposals for a change to the 2021 school year calendar. So Vicki and Terry have been working with a couple of our work groups to get these forward to us. So I'll turn it over to them to share that.
Thanks, and if Terry's available, she and I co-facilitate the district calendar committee, so Terry, feel free to jump in. Our recommendation to the board is that the remaining Friday early release dates outlined in the memo be removed from the 2021 school calendar, and that the March 5th professional learning morning, which was set for secondary schools, become a student learning day. Under offsite and the blended models, Wednesday would remain virtual, and by making this adjustment, it will allow us to meet the required DPI instructional minutes for the school year. Terry, would you add anything?
We do in the model on Wednesdays have time embedded for professional learning community, collaborative learning team, and professional development work to occur on that day.
Thank you.
Kristina, you have a question?
Families have expressed concern about vacations or travel. So if that's already scheduled for them, what would you say to those families, Vicki?
Yeah, Kristina, thanks. I know there's some confusion out there. They can work directly with the school, contact the principal and their teachers. They will certainly accommodate. Plus, as a reminder to the public and to the board, all new learning is being recorded. So if a family does have an event already scheduled for that day, they're not going to miss out on that instruction. They'll just be able to watch it at their leisure.
Thank you. So
thanks for the opportunity to explain that.
They're building leadership for that information.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Question.
Oh, sorry, Rhonda, I missed you.
Okay. If you covered this, I was trying to adjust my ice pack and I apologize because I may have missed it. What about the professional development? Can you, if you stated it, can you repeat it about for teachers, staff, and because they relied on that typically those times, right?
Yeah, they did. So, and actually we heard a lot from teachers that they were wanting to back off on a lot of the PD that we had originally planned for the school year because of the work they're putting into the virtual preparation. But they will still be receiving professional development, really focusing on the virtual PD right now on Wednesdays.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Thank you. How are we balancing and assuring that teachers are retaining individual teacher planning time? I'm hearing about, and we all know that, you know, before or after the pandemic, certainly that certainly teachers go above and beyond, and they're as salaried professionals. They do things outside of the regular day. But like, do we have a situation here where one building administrator might fill up a lot of Wednesday with meetings and another building administrator might not? How much protected planning time do teachers have?
I think, and Terry, if you know otherwise, please jump in, but I think the school supervisors, the executive directors have been working really hard with our principals to ensure that the teachers' planning time is protected, especially in, again, the virtual world. It takes so much more time, and our principals do recognize that. I'd say that if there's any specific concern that comes forward, if you could let us know, Andrew, we would certainly look into it.
Okay, so but there is no other than we're clearly saying that we can assign up to 2 hours on Wednesday to be direct support of students, like individual meetings, office hours. Sure, there is nothing, I guess, as far as approving a calendar. So there is no amount of officially protected planning time, or is there, as part of the contract, that's still there and it just looks different, or it's
There's language around planning time in the employee handbook, Andrew, and we continue to work with every educator and building leader to have individual planning time, collaborative planning time, which is a high leverage improvement strategy to ensure that that collaborative learning team and professional learning community time is also occurring, so that there is that balance and that our staff have the support needed to do professional development as well as that individual and collaborative planning. The daily schedules and other types of things have always been collaboratively created and done at the building site with the building leader and the individual educator as they look at their schedules. And if there are concerns in a particular area, it would be helpful for us to know to be able to work through that. But it is very important that we have the opportunity to do all of those things.
And then maybe just a note too, from a check and balance standpoint, Andrew, we meet weekly with GBEA, and it provides an opportunity for us to get feedback from them on specific buildings and concerns that may arise. We've actually had that conversation over the course of the school year already, and getting that direct feedback from them, which they're getting from their staff members, allows us to then circle back and work with our team and through our executive directors and then down with the building principals to ensure that there's that balance there.
I appreciate that, and I know that unfortunately the same can't be said of all districts, but we do. Going back to I remember the day that very shortly after Act 10, the board voted to have like meet and confer and require that was a part of the structure. But I'll vote yes on the calendar change. I've gotten nervous before about how much time there would be for, that, I mean, right now there is no strict prohibition on an entire Wednesday being used for directed meetings. That's probably not happening maybe anywhere, but if someone did, by the time we could see if it was happening enough that we wanted to make a change, it would be a long time before we would get there. But I do appreciate that those consultations are taking place, and I'll vote yes.
Go ahead, Noah.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. It seems late enough. So I did ask, ICSC met yesterday, and I just did gauge some student opinion on the deletion of the rest of the early release days. It's pretty varied. There's nothing solid I can give you as far as student feedback. It's some love it, some hate it. It's like, I have a couple questions. One is on the minutes. So I guess I don't understand how you're going to meet the minutes anyway, if that kind of makes sense, because so much that Wednesday is removed. So can you just explain briefly how getting rid of the early release days would build up enough time to meet those DPI requirements?
Yeah, we actually have a formula that we use, Noah, to put in. We go day by day for each school because a lot of our schools run a different schedule, and we were able to put in what the minutes would look like if we remove the Fridays. And we're actually over slightly, so we're giving ourselves a little room there in case something comes up that was unanticipated. When we have Friday early release, it's literally just a couple of hours in that afternoon, and we would make up for that on Wednesday.
All right, thank you. If I may, one more thing. So I know last Friday kind of flip-flopped as far as what type of day that was. And I think it is kind of related here. As far as like how the calendar does get amended and stuff, can we just have a little update on how that happened? Because some students were confused. I know some folks who like were planning to go till 12:50 or whatever, and then they went till 12:50. I'll just say that. So kind of how did that happen?
Yeah, that was part of the when we were doing the formula, realizing that we needed to turn that into a full student day to be able to meet the minutes. I'll take the fault for that one, Noah. The short notice was all on me. And I did hope, I had some contact with a few parents that had said that they had already had plans. And as Kristina had pointed out earlier, they certainly can continue with those plans, just work directly with the school. And we'll make sure that the student doesn't miss out on that education for that time.
All right, thank you. That makes sense. You know what, it is what it is with all this going on. Okay, I appreciate the answers. I think that answers my question. Personally, I'm neutral to this. I don't think there's too much student opinion one way or the other. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks for that feedback, Noah. Go ahead, Kristina.
I'll try to make this quick. Vicki, with the concerns that families and teachers we're all having with screen time, right? Is there as we're on this meeting for hours on screens, is there a sort of philosophy or a vision for how you think we'll use these additional instructional minutes?
You bring up a really great point, Kristina. We had anticipated when we created the schedules initially, we would be back already.
Right.
We did not anticipate what's happening in Wisconsin. And right now the schools and the administrators are working on what a blended model should look like so that we can get that information to our parents as soon as possible so at least they can have a vision of that. Mm-hmm. As soon as they get through with a model that we can kind of kick around, which we're hoping to have within the next week or two, then we're going to take a look at if we're in virtual for a longer period of time, what kind of adjustments should we be making? Mm-hmm. Because you're dead on. That's following the school schedule as you would if we're on site is very difficult for our students and for our teachers. And we can do better, and we know we need to do better if we're going to remain an off-site for a longer period of time. Thank you for the forward thinking. You're right.
Yeah, and by the way, I didn't ask to put you on the spot or for you to have all the answers. It's good for our community to hear us talking about this, because when they see us talking about it, then they know that we're thinking about it. So by no means did I expect you to have everything. I just was curious where you were on that. Thanks for your leadership on this. I know it's tough.
Thanks.
All right, without any other feedback, looking for a motion and a second on the calendar motion.
I move that the 2020-2021 school calendar be amended to remove the remaining Friday early release days as presented be approved.
Second.
Any other discussion? All right, Beth, we're ready to vote.
Okay, should be all set. Great. All votes have been entered. The motion has carried with all board members voting in favor.
Thank you, Beth. Moves us to the third item under action items, which is gating criteria. Just as a update again, we're not voting tonight to transition between models, but we've been having a conversation, it seems like 2 months now, on what kind of criteria we would use to make a decision to transition from all virtual to blended, and then again blended to on-site. And so with that being said, I'll hand it over to Superintendent Murley to sort of discuss the feedback that he took from our end of September meeting, the model that's in front of us, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Board President Vanden. So again, as he indicated, we have had quite a bit of discussion about this. At the last meeting, we shared that CDC instructional model for decision making. There was a significant discussion in the center of the model in the lower and lowest risk categories. There was a consensus that we would certainly have kids back on site in a regular instructional model, and also consensus that at the highest end, we would certainly have students off site in a virtual model. The conversation at the board table was in the areas of the moderate and higher risk transmission areas. And in that consensus that moderate risk was appropriate for blended instruction. And then based on the feedback that I heard and reviewed after the board meeting, we split the higher category, which from the CDC guidelines went from 50 to 200, and split that 50 to 100 and 100 to 200. So in this particular model, that would show us in the 20 to 100 would be a blended, and 100 and above would be off-site. And again, that is in their primary area, which is the burden, which is the number of new cases per 100,000 persons within the last 14 days. Draw your attention to the secondary set, or the second row rather, in the core indicators. And that's the ability of the school to implement the 5 key mitigation strategies. 3 of those are clearly within our control as a district. Consistent and correct use of masks, providing social distancing to the largest extent possible, hand hygiene and respiratory etiquette, and cleaning and disinfection. I'm sorry, 4 of those. The 5th one is one that we do not have direct control over, and that's contact tracing in collaboration with the local health department. We know that our current status with that is the health department is working diligently to perform contact tracing. They're also in the process of hiring additional contact tracers at this time, recognizing that they're having difficulty keeping up with that. And so when you look at these categories, you'll notice that the CDC recognizes that there'll be a continuum, and going down all the way to the blended category, it says that you're able to implement 3 to 4 of the strategies correctly and consistently. Since we have control of 4 of those, we're very confident with that. We also presume that as we get down and the risk within the county subsides, that the Brown County Health Department will be able to keep up with the contact tracing. So we have confidence when we get to that level, we'll be able to have all 5 of those in place.
Kristina and then Andrew.
I move that the instructional model gating criteria from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, modified for the higher risk category for grades pre-kindergarten through 14th grade, with exceptions for individual students, free and appropriate public education requirements, be the basis for the Green Bay Area Public School District transition between the on-site, blended, and off-site instructional models, and that the model be reviewed on a weekly basis as presented be approved.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. We'll have discussion before we take a vote. Andrew, I saw your hand was next, and then we'll go to Rhonda.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not intending to make this take all night, and I know how this is going to go, but there's some things that have to be said here. So what we were very close to approving, and I'm going to just make it, although it's not exactly perfect, I'm just going to double the 1 week numbers that were proposed before because it's very close, although it did say you had to meet them for both of 2 weeks, which is a little stricter. So we would have been fully off-site at 200. That's exactly the same. But then we would have started some blended as soon as we got below 200, and depending by age, and then also depending by age, by the time we got down to 80, we would be fully on site. 80 new cases in 2 weeks. I want to point out again that when you are talking about 20 new persons total in the last 14 days, we're talking about Brown County's numbers of 200 cases per day, dropping deep down into the low single digits. We are not going to get there. Probably this year. I don't like choosing a metric that essentially gives no hope of going back to school fully. If you look at the New York Times map and you look with encouragement to some of the places in the lightest color, you realize the lightest color isn't even good enough because those are still those could still be as high as 8 daily cases per 100,000. So that could still be as high as 100 before you disappear off the New York Times map. Okay, when I tried to help put together some metrics that were in the middle ground of what districts and states were doing, and that's all I was trying to do, is find a reasonable middle ground, not favoring states with one party control or not favoring loose metrics. I'm very worried about saying that we have to get to this 20, because that is somehow getting from 200 new cases a day to 3. And you know what? If we are having 3 new cases per day in Brown County, if we're having 10 new cases per day in Brown County, that is a substantial improvement. So I may, after listening to discussion, I may propose an amendment or two. I'm not going to waste our time proposing 6 or 7. I also do believe that this policy should sunset, forcing the board to take a new vote to reapprove metrics, probably in, I would suggest probably December, because it just becomes a lot easier to not act than forcing to act would take care of that. And the other question I have, I guess this is the one thing that's a question, and I do think it needs to be specific in the model because it's too important not to be. I think the public deserves to know what is the hard cut point. Like if we are saying below 100 we'll go blended, does that mean that if the last 14 days on a given Tuesday were below 100, then we're going back I mean, I know it can't be tomorrow, obviously. I think people need to know that so that there's not, I think people just need to know that. So is there a plan for that? Like what the cut points would be and when the return date would be?
So I'd offer that as we follow the numbers, we're literally looking at them every day, that we will know with some level of accuracy that we're moving towards the next gate in the process, which will give us that opportunity to calendar that with the board on an appropriate Monday, and then reconvene and share the data and seek authorization from the board to move to that next stage. That transition process then, by doing that, allows us to signal to students, staff, and the community where we're at and the direction that we're moving, and then allows us to set that date so that, again, students, staff, and the larger community have advance notice of when we're planning on making that change, whichever direction we're moving.
So are you saying that after the metrics would hit, it would wait for a board meeting? I guess I would prefer an automatic. I would prefer an automatic trigger with the option for a board meeting to be called if something seemed wrong with the statistics. I mean, I grant something could seem wrong with the statistics. I certainly wouldn't want us to come back because a computer error spit out the number of 100 that we knew, right? But that would be a special case. I guess if, yeah, shouldn't people be able to just look and know, like in, you know, in West Virginia, you can look at where your county is on a certain day of the week, I think Saturday, and you know the following Monday that barring an emergency situation, you're back. It does have a way to rapidly flip back to red if there's a, so why would we want to say that we'll, like, it sounds like we're saying once we get below 100, we'll get back to you, and within a few weeks, if we can get a board meeting together, or if a board meeting date falls in there, then we'll let you know. Why not just, you know, it's probably wishful thinking, but it's November, it's the third Monday in November, and we've had the 14 days under 100. Blended starts in a week, or if it has to be 2 weeks, 2 weeks. That seems high, but we would know it was coming.
Go ahead, Kristina.
Andrew, to your point, I think though that's part of the operationalization of the plan, right? So we have a motion on the table. We determine what the plan is moving forward, and I think you bring up good points, which is how do we communicate that? How do we transition? I think obviously the longer virtual goes on and the longer our caseload and our burden rate continues to go up, the more difficult it is it's going to be transitioning, because you're talking about, you know, people who have now been in home for a long period of time. So those are good issues, but to me, those are things that we need to talk about. I mean, we need to consider them, but I think what I want to focus on now is this, because once we have a plan of what we're going to do for now, then we can operationalize that. To your point about hope, you know, I think I'm going to vote yes on this motion, and it's not because it's a great motion. It's not because it's perfect. It's not because it's a perfect plan, but it's the best one we have now. And I have been telling people this over and over again, that we love to operate on absolute certainties, and this is not an absolute certainty situation. We have to have a flexibility and a place where we can be nimble to look at this and say, this is going to guide us for now. We're going to continue to reevaluate and look at the science and the data for what we have now. And we are also going to be flexible and nimble enough to adjust if we need to, whether it means passing an updated motion, calling an emergency board meeting, having conversations with one another. Because if, you know, we get to your point to 5 to 20, and it's like, we're never going to go back, but we can all see with our own eyes that the hospitals are fine, that people are adjusting, that it's, you know, the risk is low, then we can adjust this schedule. So I think for me to wait for us or to debate this until it's perfect is it's not attainable. I think this is what you did was really important. The work that you did was really important and informed this. We took the CDC, Steve and his team have had incredible leadership with the county health department, with DHS. This is what we have. And I just want to commit to everyone in the community that this is not chiseled in stone at the administrative building downtown. This is a flexible document that will be approved or voted down, that will be constantly and consistently reevaluated to make sure that we are adjusting, because everybody wants to go back to school. It's just, we want to do it in a way that's going to make sure that people are safe. So just wanted to be clear with you on that, so you kind of know where I'm coming from. And I'll pause there.
Go ahead, Rhonda.
Okay, I have a couple things. First, according to this gating criteria, where would we have been on August 3rd when we voted? And Andrew might know, you're better at this than I am, but
yeah, I'll tell you in a minute. I'll be, you know, and I'll be honest to a point. I'll just, I was, you know, I was plugging this in every day, and I can still pull it together quickly, but it really got so obviously one-sided that I kind of thought, you know, what's the point, other than to check in from time to time but knowing that we're way high above, right? Where were we on August 1st?
Third.
192.85 on it.
That would be 192 would be what again?
Offsite.
We would be, if you look at the chart there, that would put us just under that offsite threshold in that 100 to 200 category of the higher. And so in this model, that would still be offsite.
Still be offsite.
But in our best case that we got to, and I think this is worthy of discussion, when it looked like we, you know, we're doing well, that was the lowest we got, is depending on exactly it was around 45, 46 for a two week count. Okay. So again, I think it is essentially the same thing to say this plan does not have a transition to full on-site as it is to say getting down to 20 cases within the last 14 days in the county. Those are essentially the same thing, and I would be thrilled to be wrong, but I'm not going to be. So I guess I would like to move one amendment. I'd like to amend the motion.
Hold up, I'm not done.
Okay.
I just pitched you for a minute.
Okay.
I'll take it back if you don't mind, just for a bit.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. So my concern with this personally, and what I've heard from the public, when you look at, I'm trying to use this on my phone, when you look at the lowest risk, lower risk, and the lowest risk, 5 cases and 5 to 20. Who's convinced that we would even be back in school next fall under this direction? I'm not. And that's concerning to me, especially when we're about to launch a budget discussion, right? I can concede, obviously today, there's no way, looking at what's going on. But unless people decide that they don't want to meet in large groups in bars and weddings and various other ways without masks on, then I can't imagine how we realistically say we go back to school next year. So that is what I keep looking at. And I'm not sure, I mean, if that is just, that's what it is. But that's what's hard to look at in this graph. because I cannot imagine, even with a vaccine, right? We have flu vaccines and we have thousands of cases every year. So I guess I'm trying to understand what this would look like next year, even if a vaccine is out, which I'm not even confident in that enough people will take it, that it'll be readily available, enough people will take it to make an impact. Are we saying that we wouldn't be willing, or would we be willing to revisit the environment of what's going on next year because 5 cases or less in 100,000?
Rhonda, it says in the motion that we'll look at this every single week. So
Okay.
Yes, to answer your question, yes, it says in the motion we are willing to revisit this weekly.
So, okay, weekly. So, but we're still accepting it. I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. So we're accepting that 5 to 20 cases in 100,000 people, that is what we would have to, I mean, we're accepting this and we're agreeing to this right now. That would be what we would have to arrive at. I guess I'm trying to understand what would be different next year in that arena or that area, so that what would be different next year when we look at this if we're accepting those numbers of cases and transmission to get back to school.
Okay,
that's what I want to.
Yeah, one thing I could offer is that we've been talking about this as a group of Brown County superintendents, and we presume, maybe optimistically, Rhonda, that people will take the vaccine, that our medical care will continue to evolve, and it will become more effective at treating the virus over time. And one of the conversations that we just had about a week ago was that perhaps an appropriate transition at some point, maybe as soon as the spring, certainly hopefully later into the spring and early in the summer, is if you remember, the CDC guidelines also included hospitalization rate as one of their metrics. And so to use your conversation about the flu, right? We know that lots of people get the flu, but we also know that our medical system is fairly adept at treating it. And so we wouldn't look necessarily then at the burden rate of how many people get the flu, but we might look at how many people are in the hospital. Is the hospital overwhelmed? Are they able to handle those acute cases when they come in? And so we talked about, as a group of superintendents, we talked about a potential transition at some point from burden rate as that core indicator to perhaps hospitalization rate as the core indicator, once our medical professionals have assured us that they're better at treating it and they're not as worried about the burden rate. So that was a key topic of our conversation last week.
And that's an important point, right? Because that is an entirely different nuance and consideration. And just so people are aware, I do not compare the flu to COVID. Never have, never will. Before someone accuses me of it publicly, I will never do that. But that's an important point to consider as well. And that's what I'm trying to figure out when I look at that criteria. Would there be something else at that time? So that's helpful. Thank you.
Go ahead, Brenda.
One thing too, I think that will help, and I know I just read an article in the last few days talking about, our schools super spreader places. And I think that the better we are at contact tracing and identifying where cases are coming from, I think we'll be able to answer that question by next school year, certainly. And we may have some different guidelines in terms of, what the numbers should be for schools. But I think right now, everything is still in flux and they're doing research as fast as they can. But I don't know that anyone can confidently say, schools are or are not super spreader places.
Go ahead, Dawn, and then Noah.
I guess when I look at this, as we learn more about COVID, I would expect that the CDC and our local public health department is going to provide additional guidance, and I would expect these numbers to change. And I would expect as additional information comes forward, we as a board would take that into account. I understand that 5 is a daunting number where we are, but whether or not it's a daunting number, it is the number that the CDC has given for us for it to be safe for our kids to go back to school.
They did not. They did not say that. Now, do I have to go? I'll go look it up so I can read what they said.
Andrew, Dawn was in the middle of talking. So if you have something to say, you can raise your hand. Dawn, go ahead and finish.
When I go through and I look at what has been shared and we are in the green, that is, you know, lower risk of transmission in schools. So that's what the CDC says is under that 20 is the lower risk of transmission in schools. And whether we like that number or not, or that's a number we're comfortable with, that's a number the CDC has given us, and that's how they are defining lower risk of transmission in schools. And as we know more and they can treat more, that number will potentially change. You know, maybe we will become better as a community at managing this ourselves, but I'm really uncomfortable. I don't know more than the CDC does. And at this point, this is the best we have.
Go ahead, Noah.
Can I respond to that, please?
Let me go to Noah first, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Noah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel like I'm going to end up talking twice on this, so my sincere apologies to you all. I actually appreciate the point that Ms. Smith just raised. I think that's valid to say, here's what the CDC has given us. But here's the honest truth about it. There is a wide variety of things that are all within expert-driven metrics. The CDC, the one that I see in front of me right now, is a very conservative one. It's very tight. I've seen very much more liberal ones. And I don't mean that politically, because that's come out of both conservative and liberal institutions. I mean, anything in between, I would say what Harvard Global Health put out and this is an expert-driven solution. I don't put any special weight to the CDC. As a matter of fact, I don't know how much I trust the CDC, and that's not me being crazy conspiracy. It's just the facts of the current government. You know what I mean? I don't know. It might be years before I do again. This is not only not that great of a plan, I don't think it's really a plan. And the reason I say that is because I look at the motion, right? So here's what I see. The model will be reviewed on a weekly basis, which is good, but that this be the basis for the transition between on-site, blended, and off-site. I don't even know what that means. Like, I hope that's not even a solid number. Like, we could hit these metrics, and then I don't know, what if the board doesn't meet on it? Yeah, I think the board would, but like, when does the board meet? There's nothing in here. And I get you guys are trying to keep it fluid. I appreciate the administration trying to not set anything too hard in stone with a situation this fluid. Okay, the situation's a mess. I get it, and you're in a weird spot. But I don't think that going to the public with basically nothing is acceptable. What's in front of us now, the numbers are unattainable. And just because I want to be able to say this at least one time as ICSC president, my favorite Senate quote ever, it's kind of nuclear grade bonkers as far as actually being able to reach it. It's going to be years. Like, I don't even know, Nathaniel might be graduated before we even hit these numbers. And that's not nice, okay? I don't like that. No one likes that, but that's the truth. So if shutting down schools for years is the solution, I don't even know how to argue with that. But that's the result of this. This isn't going to happen just after I graduate. It's not going to happen in 2 years. It could be 4 years. It could be 5 years before we even come close. The public trust in a vaccine is very low. The vaccines that they've been sort of trialing right now are not well received. The people don't like them. They don't trust the side effects. No one trusts the government. The vaccine solution is not going to be the savior here. The plan is vague. There's just too many problems here. There's no way I could say you're actually doing students a solid by voting yes on this. I think there is something to be said for we need to increase safety and be all about the safety. I don't even disagree with that. I think we should be closed right now. When I first gave my speech and said we should be open, I believed that then. Right now, the numbers are so high, I think we should be closed. I don't want to overwhelm the hospitals, but I don't think just permanently closing school for what, years, that's not an acceptable situation. Thank you.
Kristina.
Just want to repeat to everyone watching that no one is talking about closing the schools and keeping the closed schools for 4 to 5 years, Noah. Just want to be very, very clear to that. As I said 10 minutes ago, this plan is not a hard and steady plan that is going to like kick off our decisions. We have to use this as a tool to make decisions based on the information that we have and the information and the partnerships and the relationships that we have with experts, both here and at the state and at the federal level, to make decisions. So this is, you're right, this isn't a plan, it's a guide, right? It's a guide to help us think through how we make decisions so that we can operationalize the decisions that we make on the ground level in the schools. And so you're right. This isn't something that's super clear because this isn't a situation that is super clear. So again, if we get 3-4 months down the road, if we get a month down the line and we look at this and we say, this isn't working, everybody's uncomfortable with this, we wanted 4K to go back, or we want elementary, or whatever it is, we're going to come back and do that again and again and again, because the information is going to change again and again and again. So I just want to commit to you, Noah, to make sure that you understand that nobody is going into this with the hope or the plan that we're going to stay virtual because we've passed this motion tonight and that's going to guide us for the next 3 to 5 years.
Andrew and then Rhonda.
All right. Dawn, I apologize for interrupting. There's nothing that couldn't have waited. I can't even find what I was going to quote out of the CDC because they change so often. I know that night that we last debated this, it said specifically that their numbers were not supposed to be hard cutoffs. So I just, if the CDC is right, then Dane County is not safe. Now, I think Dane County has a strict metric. It's a little stricter than I would have done, okay? Lacrosse would start elementary, at least hybrid, at 350, okay? I think I think probably what's more important here, like if we don't think, we shouldn't have a requirement to get down to 20 be in the plan if everyone thinks we would be back fully open if we were below 40, which I would like to think at least by 40. That's a 95% improvement over where we are right now. I'm just going to propose one amendment. I'm going to move to amend this plan by adding that this plan sunsets and needs to be revoted at the December regular board meeting.
Is there a second?
And Eric, can I just quickly respond? Not to that.
I want to see if there's a second to his motion first.
Yeah. Second.
Okay. Now you can respond, Rhonda.
Okay. So I just want to make sure it's clear that I do not believe that I'm smarter than the CDC, but the CDC also decided to say that if you're asymptomatic, you don't have to be tested. That was literally a narrative for quite a while. Where are they at right now? I'm not sure. Contact tracing doesn't have any integrity unless you're doing that. So I think it's important to always dive in and question and be critical thinkers when it comes to anything that comes out of any level of government, frankly. So I'm hopeful that we will continue to do that kind of thing. But I definitely am not claiming to be smarter than the CDC. I get concerned when we are proposing budgets for the next school year, when conceivably we may not see anything that reflects, you know, I mean, I think the woman who spoke or had her comments read in the beginning spoke to, you know, we're proposing a usual budget for an unusual year. And I think that's an interesting notion and context. And I think that's something we need to consider as well, especially if we look at this criteria. So just so it's clear, I do not feel that I am more of an expert. I would never claim that, but experts don't always get it right. And I'm glad we're talking about this and we are diving in deeper and we're considering it and thinking about what we're doing. And that's it. I'm done.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the table to, or excuse me, an amendment that would add that this motion sunset in December. It was seconded by Rhonda. Beth, are we able to take that vote electronically? Oh, you're muted, Beth.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, Andrew, you said that you wanted the plan to sunset and it will be revoted upon at the December 14th, 2020 regular board meeting. Is that what you stated?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I have that motion entered.
All right, unless there's any other discussion, we will vote on Andrew's amendment. Now, Beth, I'm sorry, Nathaniel. Go ahead, Nathaniel.
All right, so to add on to what Noah was saying earlier, I'm not entirely sure that listening to everything that the CDC says on it, everything like about this is necessarily the best idea, because the fact that they're that they've been like changing what they've been saying, and it's not always like, you're not always sure what they're gonna say and everything. So I'm just not sure if that's the best idea or not. And also I just, actually that's it.
Okay, thanks, Nathaniel. Appreciate those comments. All right, Beth, we are ready to vote on Andrew's amendment.
Perfect. Online voting has been opened.
Hey, Beth, I'm sorry. Can I ask you a question? Are we voting? We're not voting on the whole motion, just Andrew's amendment.
Correct. Yep. So the amendment is just that final sentence.
Okay. Just making sure. Thank you.
I'm on my way, Beth. Sorry. Just give me one more.
If it's not coming out, Rhonda, you can just let her know and she can just keystroke it in.
Just want to keep trying though, so I know what I'm doing. I'm good.
Okay. Thank you. So all votes have been entered and the motion has carried. The results of the individual board members' votes are as follows. Vanden, Heuvel, no. Smith, no. Becker, yes. Warren, no. Shelton, yes. Sitnikau, yes. McCoy, yes.
All right, motion passes 4-3. So now we're going back to the original motion that includes Andrew's amendment to revisit this at the December regular board meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Noah, did you have something?
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'll keep it quick. Okay. One thing now that I'm like rethinking what I said, it sounds a lot worse than what I meant it to say. I don't distrust the CDC, okay? But I don't blindly trust it either. And I think looking at the range of what experts are putting out and considering the CDC to be a big part of that is important, instead of just taking one source as being the be all end all, which is kind of my fear with what the current plan. Thank you to those who voted yes. I'm glad the sunset is in there. It'll allow kind of to re-examine on that. I want to also respond. Well, I do appreciate Ms. Shelton. Thank you for coming out and saying, you know, this isn't really that much of a plan. It's a guide. I think that language is easier to kind of understand. Now, that doesn't get rid of my problems with that. I still think a guide is not an acceptable thing to put out to students and the public at this point. I think we got to have something. I get it might need to change, but I don't know. I think that just not having anything leads to, I mean, I remember when I was called kind of crazy for my fear that the cases were going to go up and we're not coming back to school this year. And now that's what's going to happen. So like, I don't know, maybe I'm the crazy guy saying in 4 years there won't be school, but that's my fear. And I don't think that the board as it currently sits would be okay with setting a metric that would completely betray the one in front of us, which you'd have to do, I'm afraid, to actually bring school back. I just think we need a little bit more looseness, which is within the realm of expert opinion. I'm not distrusting the experts. I've looked at what the experts have to say, and it's within that. And I think an expert-driven plan that includes a little bit more looseness on the numbers is what would be the best for students. That's what I'm going to push for. I'd encourage you all to vote no on this and to approve a plan with a little bit more room for school to return. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, go ahead, Andrew. You're muted, Andrew.
I just want to make it very clear that my no vote on this plan and my no vote on this plan is because it doesn't contain mandatory triggers that if we do somehow get to 100, we go back 7 days later, 10 days later, whatever. It doesn't say that. It could be a whole board meeting of delay before we go back. I think people want to be able to count down and go back, work towards it. I still believe that to go back, we need to have a massive reduction over where we are right now. It is just a question of degree. I don't want anyone to mischaracterize this vote as Becker thinks we should go back now, because that's not even close. We are way over where we need to be. It's a question of could we go back to school if we get this down 92%? Could we be back? I think, yeah, we could. Versus having to it's a big deal getting we've dropped 80% in 3 weeks before, but to say we have to drop 98%, I think is unattainable for this year. And I'm optimistic, at least that in December, maybe on December's vote, we'll be looking at hospitalizations or something that would allow me to vote yes.
Laura, and then Rhonda, and then Brenda.
We're going to vote on this. I'm relieved that we're finally made it here. But I just want to make it absolutely clear to anyone who's watching this that the only thing that's going to get us to open our schools is the change of behavior of members of our community. And that's not just in our community, it's across our state. Our state is in the news. It's in an incredibly negative way right now. And I just want to, basically beg and plead for people to examine what they're doing and how they, what are they doing to mitigate public spread of this virus. That's it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Rhonda.
So Andrew, I have a question. You had an amendment, it was passed to sunset in December. Do you personally feel that we will actually see numbers change significantly enough in any direction? Do you feel that will happen before December? I don't feel it will. I think as long as there's Packer season, bars are fully open, and people are still having weddings, we're still going to see these numbers. So with your amendment passing, I just want to know, I mean, obviously we're going to revisit this. We're going to take it up again. Do you really feel that numbers will change enough where a different plan would even matter? I do not feel that.
Yeah, I think a different plan matters because it gives people something to look towards, and I hope a different metric will give some kind of, I think maybe people take behavior changes more seriously if they don't consider the school year to be given up on by a requirement of getting below 20.
Okay, hold up though.
Yeah.
Can I just remember, we did vote that in December we will revisit this, right?
Right.
Is it possible that the behaviors would change? I frankly don't think they will. I just don't. But is it possible they're more likely to change if you actually have something in place that, I mean, basically tells them that you actually have to do something different? And we're going to revisit this in December. I guess I'm trying to think about that context of it in general. We're going to revisit it. We're going to see it again in December. Is it possible that if we do have something like this, where people take a look at it and go, you know what, we got to get our crap together and do something different? I just want to know what you think about that, because I will vote for this to sunset in December. And that is what I look at, because I just don't feel people really understand what they're doing.
Yeah, I think we could, I don't think it'll still be at these historic highs, but I think it's unlikely that we would get below 100, although that amount of drop is maybe possible. I mean, we could be to blended under this plan before December. I don't think it's likely, but we could. I guess I can't get past the idea of, I mean, I think everyone knows that it's very likely that someday we're going to be going back to school and we won't require it to be 20 to get back to school. I hope you mean that, because we're not going to get there. So, however, the point earlier is well taken that we could have, we might have medical advances. We might have, I mean, I think we're starting to see that you're less likely to die or have serious complications, but it's not quite hard numbers yet, but we're probably pretty close to that. Maybe in December, we'll know that with the right medication protocols, yes, the death rate has dropped tenfold. It hasn't yet. The hospitalization rate has dropped. So I think there could be other developments in December that would open the door to looking at new criteria that give us a chance to go back.
And we're going to do that based on the amendment that you proposed and was passed. So that's, I guess, why I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. That's literally 6, 7, 8-ish weeks away, depending when we vote. Right? I mean,
yeah, I mean, because things have changed a lot in 8 weeks. Yeah, it'll be right.
Okay.
And
you're more optimistic than me.
Oh no, I'm not. I don't think we'll be back in school in 8 weeks. I don't think we'll be over 1,000 in 8 weeks either. If you had to pin me down, I think we could cut it 2/3 in 8 weeks, maybe. But
yeah.
That would still be too high to open by anyone's metrics. So.
All right, I'm good. I'm done.
Brenda, did you have one more thing?
Did you say Brenda, Eric?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, two quick things. I just want to remind ourselves that we don't have to be locked into our board meeting schedule. If things are changing rapidly and we look like we want to revisit the numbers or potentially talk about going to blended, we can schedule a board meeting in between our regularly scheduled board meetings. So it's I think that gives us a lot of flexibility. And then I just have one quick question. This is for Steve, I think. Have you had any more conversations about the 4K, 5K age group coming back in a not a blended model, or is that something that you're still looking at taking a look at possibility for that?
The teams had conversations about that, looking at the whole process of moving to blended, and they're going to have their work done by October 23rd.
Okay, all right, thanks.
All right, Beth, I think we are ready to vote.
Online voting has been opened.
Oh.
Great. All votes have been entered and the motion has carried. The results of the individual board member votes are as follows. Vanden, Heuvel, yes. Smith, yes. Becker, no. Warren, yes. Shelton, yes. Sitnikau, yes. McCoy, yes.
All right, motion passes 6-1. All right, that brings us to the last action item on our agenda, which is the 2020-2021 budget. Before we hand this over to Steve and Pete Ross, just want to remind people that we are governed by a state statute on our budgeting process. So tonight is the first step in that process. And while we do have to take a vote tonight, it is certainly not the end of that budgeting process. There will be a special opportunity, and then certainly Steve and Pete can talk to that. But can be a little bit confusing about how we go through this process, and I think we'll get more details on that. But just wanted to mention that up front. And with that being said, I'll hand it over to Steve and Pete.
All right, I'll just jump in real quick, and then I'm going to turn it over to Pete and Angie. Just a reminder, as President Vanden said, our process tonight is to approve the budget. This is part of the state process that the approval is so that the budget as proposed can be presented to the public in the budget hearing. So definitely, as he said, you're not approving the final budget tonight, but this allows us then by state process to present the budget to the public. Then you will adopt the budget as the last part of the process. And so maybe one other thing to share before I turn it over, it was pointed out one of our public commenters at the beginning, the way that budgeting is done in Wisconsin, we have funds that set aside various opportunities for expenditure, and then within those funds, there's rules that we use in order to designate those expenses. And much of our budget, in a sense, is already predetermined based on fixed costs that we have as a district, whether those are related to employment costs or operational costs. And the remaining costs are designated specifically to programs that the board has already acted on and approved. And our process then from the budget is to determine the amount of revenue necessary to fund those programs, and then through that to pass a levy in order to secure the revenue necessary to operate those programs. So that's the formula under which we operate. And Pete and Angie have done a wonderful job prepping the budget to meet those expectations for this year. So with that, Pete, Angie, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hey, thanks, Steve. I'm going to start out with a 30,000-foot view. We do have a slide deck that Josh Patchik will be playing for us. And then Angie Robley and I are going to tag team on the slide deck. But the 30,000-foot view that I want to present you with this evening is kind of a reflection of what the district is with respect to districts across the state of Wisconsin and how it's being treated by the state of Wisconsin due to the law that we live in, which is called the Revenue Limit Law. In 1993, the Revenue Limit Law was put in place and has strictly controlled school spending. In fact, school spending has not kept up with inflation since 1993, and the only way around the Revenue Limit Law would be for school districts to pass referenda override. The state of Wisconsin has recognized that in many districts, the spending level of those districts is so low that it's not consistent with what is going on in educational programs across the state. Green Bay happens to be one of those low spending districts. So in this year's budget, the school district has the ability to go up to $10,000 per student, which is the low spending level limit for the low spending districts in the state of Wisconsin, which provides us with a little bit of additional revenue this year. It's important for the board to capture that revenue. If you were not a low spending district, if you were spending $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 more per student, like some districts are in the state of Wisconsin, I wouldn't advocate. But since you have the ability to go up to that low spending limit, I'm strongly advocating that as the recommendation. And this budget presented allows that opportunity for the board to go up to that limit, which the state has established as the low floor of what districts should be spending on public education. You're not there yet, and with this budget, you can be there, and that's the recommendation going forward. Like I said, Angie and I will take team through this presentation, and then at the end of the presentation, if there are any questions that you have, we're certainly here to answer those questions. The public engagement, also Angie and I will be available on October 19th. And then the budget hearing on October 26th will also be available as well for any questions or concerns that you have. Again, the 30,000-foot view is that this district has been fiscally responsible and has been, in fact, austere in comparison to other school districts across the state. And going to that low level limit, I think, is extremely important. This budget that we talk about tonight, all funds inclusive, is about $400 million. We're asking for about $95 million in local property taxes to be raised to support that. So the other 30,000-foot thing that I need you to get out of this budget discussion tonight is that for every dollar that you spend in this district to educate children from local sources, $3 come from non-local sources into this community. And the economic engine that this district represents is one of the reasons that the economy in Northeast Wisconsin is strong. $300 million coming in from state and federal sources into this community to educate our children is spent over and over and over again in our community. And I think it's important for this district to take its place as that owner of the flywheel that helps keep economic engine running in this region, as well as educating our children. And I think that's very important. Those are the meetings that we have scheduled. Josh, next slide, please. Here's our mission. You guys are all familiar with it, but I wanted to use this slide to commend our food service department. I do represent the operations of this district as the chief of operations. And so I would say, since March 13th last year, last school year that is. All of the operation teams have been working extremely hard. When you think of operations, you've got food service, you've got custodial maintenance, you've got business services, you've got payroll, you've got accounts receivable, accounts payable, human resources, and legal are kind of tucked in there as well. And I have to say that I have, in my entire career, never seen the work and the dedication and the hard work and the time and commitment of these individuals. They have worked harder than they've ever worked in their entire careers. And I say that without any revocation whatsoever. In addition to that, I believe our teaching staff and our educational administrators in the buildings are also working as hard as they've ever worked in their entire careers. Putting on the distance learning that we've been forced to do with respect to the pandemic, and then starting again with this virtual start, again, forced by the pandemic and the results of our community not protecting itself and having the virus rage through our community at unprecedented levels, higher than anywhere else in the country, is a testament to the work and the dedication of those workers. And they are definitely working harder, longer, and more diligently than they've ever worked in their careers. And so I commend all those who have really put upon their shoulders the burden of this pandemic and working as hard as we can to provide educational services for our children. I also want to shout out to parents in this budget deliberation that we're going to have this evening. I have 2 children who have school-age children, and I know how hard parents are working through this pandemic. I have a son and daughter-in-law in Cedarburg, Wisconsin, and I have a daughter and son-in-law in Dayton, Ohio. And they are working very hard in the process of helping the school districts that serve their children to educate their children as well. It's been a partnership, and we're all in this together. I have to echo the sentiment of Laura with respect to getting the community to take this serious. We can knock this virus out. We can knock this virus out quickly. Everybody in the community has to face mask, social distance, hand wash, and do everything that they can do to protect themselves and others. And we can beat this virus. We can beat this pandemic. Without it, it's going to be difficult for us to proceed. Next slide, Josh. Everything that we're doing tonight and in the next few weeks would be with respect to the Wisconsin state statute and presenting the budget. The board has the responsibility of setting the levy in this school district, but I also want to challenge the board to the long haul, and that you think about what's going to happen in 5 years, and you think about what you're going to be trying to set the district up for 10 years. I believe this district, because of its stability with respect to finances and its ability to put together educational services for children with this budget and the next budget that will be coming in the next biennium, that this district has the capability, and it is on the precipice of being able to provide some of the best educational services in the state of Wisconsin. This district is a diamond, and it's just waiting to shine. And I hope that the board has the long haul vision as they go forward adopting this budget. And in doing so, you really have to think of 3 strategic areas, I believe. In the next year or 2, the board must conduct the staffing analysis. The board must conduct the demographic study of the entire region. And the board must have a facility master's plan going forward so that you know what you're going to be doing, not just this year, not just next year, but 5 years from now and 10 years from now. And that is a responsibility of the board, not just to set the levy this year, but to have a strategy and a plan going forward for the next 5 and 10 years. Next slide. We're going to go through each of these items in a little more specificity, but I want to make sure that everyone understands the general fund is about 3/4 of everything that we do with respect to expenditures in the district. Fund 27 takes into account about 13%, and all other funds together are only about 12%. So really what we do in the general fund is basically what we do in this district. We have to wait for some confirmation of numbers yet that still are not available to us from the state of Wisconsin with respect to making sure that our enrollment numbers are solid. We'll also get voucher numbers from the state of Wisconsin in terms of the children that are taking the voucher program. And then we'll get our aid certified here in the next few days. So without that, and without those numbers, we can't tell you exactly what the budget's going to be, but we are giving you our best and most careful projection that we know today. Next slide, Josh. The state budget that was passed for the biennial budget for this district and all other districts continues to give every single school district for every single child $742 of aid. In addition, we have the increase in the revenue cap that I'm very confident the board should take. It's $261.53 per student more to get you to that low spending floor or that low spending limit. I hope in my putting together this budget that not taking those dollars now would be an economic disadvantage for the children of the district and an economic disadvantage for the taxpayers of the district. COVID relief fund. Between the two relief funds that we're eligible for because of our poverty factor, we have about $7.9 million that are available. Now that does have to be shared with the private schools that are in our school district. But the point is that there is some money that is available. And I know when I say 7.9 million, you're all thinking that that's a lot of money, and it is a lot of money. I'm not saying it's not. But when you take it into consideration with the fact that we're serving 20,000 students, and if we have to put face masks on every child, and if those face masks are temporary face masks, we're going through 100,000 face masks a week. You get the idea. The $7.9 million could be spent quite quickly. We're being very careful with that money. We're being very vigilant with that money. And I also want the board to understand that that money, while it's in the budget this year, does not have to be spent this year. That money can be spent all the way through September 30th, 2022. So we have a long way to go. We're playing the long game here. We want to make sure that we have funds available to get us through any COVID crisis that we have facing the district between now and the time that we have to spend the money. We have deployed 18,000 Chromebooks and iPads. Many of those, of course, were owned by the district, but some of the COVID relief funds went to purchase new and repair Chromebooks, purchase new Chromebooks. We also have deployed 3,700 hotspots to families that don't have internet access. And when you think of that and the ability not to have internet at home in a virtual world, it's just an impossibility. So the district has had to use COVID funds to go out and purchase those hotspots so those families have internet access. Next slide.
So the four factors that you're looking at here are critical in the budget process just because they directly contribute to the revenues that the district receives on an annual basis. So that first one is the fall property valuation, which came in at 9.8 billion this year, which is up 4.89%. There's some slides a little bit later on that Pete will go into a little bit more detail on, so I'm not going to get into the weeds on that yet. The third Friday count, or the September student FTE membership, came in at 20,218 FTE, which is down from last year 864 FTE, which directly affects our revenue limit. And then the state aid or equalized aid, that has not been finalized yet, but on October 15th, DPI will finalize that number. The estimate that you see there is what's currently in the budget book, and we'll be close. There will be a minimal adjustment that you'll see October 26th when we come to the board. And then we'll kind of lay those changes out for you, but it will be minimal. And then also the voucher impact. So on October 15th, we also received that final number from DPI. So right now we're estimating it to be at 8.7 million, which is approximately 2 million up from last year. This is the trend that we've been seeing over the past few years, that it's increased about 2 million, and it increases about 200 students per year. We have a 1% cap on our previous year membership count, which is about 200 students for Green Bay schools. So that number is estimated at 8.7, but again, we'll see that final number on October 15th. Next slide, Josh, thanks. And this is just kind of a highlight, you know, some highlights, some talking points for the board. If you get questions, if you're out there talking to the public about what's happening, you know, in the 2021 budget, you know, this year we're bringing a balanced budget for the general fund or our operating fund, Fund 10, at $290.1 million. This year, the mill rate that we're proposing is at $9.79, which is the lowest mill rate in the last decade. Like I mentioned before, property is up 4.89%. And then the big talking point again, and Pete touched on this earlier, is our COVID funding that we've received, you know, from federal and state. So the GEAR funds, or the 2.9 million, I believe that there were maybe 6 other districts in the state that received additional funding on top of that federal CARES money. So we'll be, you know, we've got that in the budget. So be mindful of that amount. We've infused into our budget this year $8 million in revenues and expenditures. So when you're going line by line for Fund 10 especially, you're going to see line items that look out of whack, right? And that's because, you know, we've infused $8 million into our expenditures. So when you're going through line by line, just be mindful that actuals last year, wacky year, right? We closed down in March, things got crazy, and here we are. So just keep that in mind, you know, ask questions when you see something that looks a little strange, because most likely it's because we've got CARES and GEAR funding in the budget.
All right, Josh, if you go back, if you could, to that previous slide, please, just real quickly. I would like board members to have this at their disposal, because I think this is really good for being able to talk to the community. If you have some questions, there's some really good data on here. One more thing that I'd like to have you have on the sheet, and I wish we would have put it on there, but I didn't really know until today, but Lynette and the food service team have served 1 million meals today. So since we've been closed during the COVID, they made that 1 million milestone, and it's 1 million meals that they've served. I can't tell you how much that I personally am indebted to this department, because they have worked tirelessly through this entire closure to get meals out and available to children. We're serving at 45 different sites right now. And they've been doing a phenomenal job. So 1 million meals today. Congratulate Lynette and her team. In addition to that, I also want to let you know that the USDA announced today that the free meals for all of our children ages 0 to 18 are going to be available for the rest of the school year. So it won't just stop on June 30th or December 30th. It's going to go through the balance of the school year. That's tremendous news for our families. And any family can participate. You don't have to qualify based upon need. It's if you're a child between the ages of 1 and 18 in the district, you can receive breakfast, lunch, and dinner free at the local school site. So please take advantage of that. Again, that's federal dollars coming into our community. So the more that we can take advantage of that, the more federal resources we have coming to Green Bay, Wisconsin, which is always a good thing. Thanks, Josh. Go back to the slide. Okay, some important factors in the budget process. Obviously, property valuation is key in establishing the levy, because as property values go up, it's a little bit easier for the school district to levy resources for the school. There's more property value to tap with respect to those resources. So one of the reasons that the levy rate is going down is because property valuation is going up as well, because the levy overall has a slight increase, but because of the fact that the property valuation is going up, the levy itself is, or the levy rate itself is going down. I would also say that, and I'll make the announcement, I do believe after sitting on the TIF boards for all of the taxing jurisdictions that exist in the district, I do know that there's going to be several TIFs that will be coming offline next school year. So the property valuation, again, is going to go up as a result of those TIFs going offline and adding to the property valuation is a good thing for schools because it's got more of a tax base to tax. So property values going up is good. Good news for the school. Josh, next slide. FTE membership, you know, and Angie alluded to the fact that there's some things that are a little bit abnormal in the budget and in last year's expenditures as a result of COVID. If you take a look at the last 4 years, don't include the gold bar for this school year. But if you take a look at those last 4 school years and you put a line of best fit in, you'll have an exponential decay growth factor going on. So in other words, we were turning the corner on our declining enrollment, so much so that I think had we had a normal year last year and this year, we'd see our enrollment would have leveled off. Where we've seen the decline is with our early childhood 4K and 5K students. Our enrollment decline in those respective areas is down 20 for early childhood, down 348 for 4K, and down 210 for 5K. And I believe I know why. If I had a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old, I would think very seriously in online environment, in virtual world, that I might want to have my child home and do the educational services at home. So that makes perfect sense to me. It is my hope and my understanding that when we get back face to face, and believe me, I want to be back to face sooner than anybody in this meeting, because we want our kids here. That when we are back face to face, those 4K and those 5K students will be back, and it'll add to our membership. I would say that open enrollment out and open enrollment in really have had no part in this decline. It is simply, primarily the fact that we have 4-year-old and 5-year-olds staying home. Our open enrollment outs actually decreased last year by 23 students, and our open enrollment ins to this school year actually increased. So in that respect, open enrollments out are fewer, open enrollments in are more. Those numbers actually helped us as well. Vouchers is a interesting thing with respect to enrollment for the district, because we are estimating 1,000 students, 1,023 to be out on vouchers as opposed to 823 last year. And again, we're using numbers based upon past experiences to extrapolate what that voucher number would be. So when you combine the vouchers and you combine the fact that we've got 4K and 5K kids at home, I don't believe that we've got a decline of enrollment in this district anymore, or it's leveling off. We just have to get those kids back in our seats. Next slide, Josh. Due to the fact that the biennial budget from the state of Wisconsin put more money in education, and it truly did, and I'm definitely indebted to the lawmakers for this. We are receiving a record amount of state aid for this school district. So we're anticipating, estimated anyway, 165 million in state aid. It's going to be more or less, but it's going to be right around that number. And having said that, again, this district, for every dollar that you spend from your local tax base, you've got $3 coming from the state and federal government. And here's a perfect example of that. So this district can bring resources from outside of the district to educate children, and then spend over and over and over in the district. It is definitely an economic engine. And here's a piece of data that supplies that fact. Next slide. So the general fund shows budgeted revenues of 291 million, and that's an increase from the 1920 of approximately 12 million. And again, Angie alluded to the fact that a lot of that has to do with the equalization aid increase of $6.2 million, but also the CARES and the GEAR funds of about 7.2 million. Notice it's not 7.9 million here, because 750,000 of it, in order to fund the mechanism that we have in place to help pay for childcare for families of poverty, which is a program that we've got going here in our district, we had to move 750,000 of the CARES money into Fund 80 to spend through that mechanism. And so that's why it's not 7.9 million here as well. Okay, next page, Josh.
Okay, so the general fund expenditures, again, 290.1, because we are proposing a balanced budget, is approximately up 23.5 million. Part of that increase is due to salaries and benefits. Keep in mind, salaries and benefits are almost 80%, 80 to 85% of our budget. So within the 2021 budget, we have budgeted for the CPIU increase of 1.81% for all staff. So if the board proceeds down that path further on this year, then that is built into the budget. So that increase of 12.8 million does include that 1.81% increase. Also, we have a little bit of an increase in the special ed transfer from Fund 10 of 2.2 million. And then again, that COVID relief fund. So the 7.2 million. Now, to Pete's point, these funds do not need to be spent for the 2021 school year. So we have budgeted all of these funds to account for them in the budget, but that does not mean that they need to all be spent 100% by June 30th of 2021. So just keep that in mind. Next slide. So the Special Education Fund, or Fund 27, so that's coming in at 53.3 million this year. And there's three sources of revenue that come into Fund 27. A majority, or about 63% of it, comes from Fund 10 through a transfer. The state kicks in about 21%, which is reimbursement from categorical aid based on prior year expenditures. And then the rest is funded with federal grants, like the IDEA grant is a big one. And then also Medicaid reimbursements that come into Fund 27. So then again, special education fund expenditures, they're up a bit, 6.3 million, most of that being the salaries and benefit increase. We have what we call the maintenance of effort, or MOE, because we receive federal special education funding. We're required to maintain that same or greater local funding, which we have never not complied with. And with the included budget, it's calculated that the district will be in compliance with MOE like we are every year. With the benefit increase and raises, that never is a problem for Green Bay.
Angie, can I ask you a quick question? I'm sorry.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Sorry to jump in. With that maintenance of effort, so what you're saying is, in the previous slide, when we increase the transfer of funding from the general fund to cover additional costs of special ed, once we transfer that money, that always has to happen unless the state increases the percentage of reimbursement for special ed. Would that allow that to change?
Yes, that could change. And then there's also exceptions that can happen. So let's say we lose a kid who has a one-to-one para, that's an exception. So if we can come and say, okay, we no longer have that student, so we no longer need that para, that can be decreased from that maintenance of effort calculation.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So this, Pete also alluded to this. So this is just a list of all the other funds that make up Green Bay School District. So all in funds is about 400 million. So that includes, Indian Ed, Head Start, Fund 80, Community Service Fund, and our debt and capital projects funds. So within the budget book, there is a nice summary that kind of sums up what happened this year and then the details behind it. But a majority, like Pete said, 3/4 of it is coming from Fund 10, or our general operating fund, and special ed.
There we go. Get me unmuted. All right. So there you have it, really in a nutshell, that the property tax, the mill rate, is the property taxes divided by the total assessed fair market value. And so, as I had said before, when you've got two districts that are coming offline, like you will next year, the property value, the fair market value, is going to go up. And so then the property taxes levied in that mathematical equation will result in a lower mill rate, even if you hold everything else standard. We did have an increase in our mill rate, or I'm sorry, of our property values district-wide by 4.89%, but we have 8 taxing municipalities, and not all of them share that burden equally. In fact, some taxing municipalities, the increase is a little higher. In some taxing municipalities, there's actually a decrease. And so property owners across the district will see their property taxes vary depending upon the municipality that they live in. So that there won't be a uniform across the board increase to all taxpayers, but it's based upon your municipality. But the overall value increase of the entire district property value was 4.89%. Therefore, we'll have a lower mill rate than we've had in previous years. It has been a decade-long progression of gradually lowering the mill rate, and we have the district on a current course of continuing lowering the mill rate for the foreseeable future. So that'll the mill rate it's going to go down on a slight basis every year for the foreseeable future. I think the board really was wise when they went forward with the referendum a few years ago, and they made a commitment and a promise to the taxpayer that the levy rate would not go up, and the board has for a full decade made that commitment. Next slide, Josh. We're presenting a balanced fund. We're presenting a budget that takes advantage of the low spending limit. And we've created a tax structure that will support that. And we also plan to do a debt defeasance with respect to some general obligation debt sometime in the spring to accommodate the levy that the board would set. In doing so, again, the board has been familiar with this. In the past year, you did a defeasance as well and saved the taxpayers millions of dollars. This one won't be as large of a defeasance, but again, it will save the taxpayer in the long run probably about $1 million in terms of advance refunding. Doing these moves that the board has been able to do over the course of the last few years has actually saved the taxpayers of the district a lot of money. And we continue to be able to have those strategies going forward so that we can put the most money that we possibly can into the classroom by using our debt and strategizing our debt wisely so that dollars are available for the classroom. Mill rate is estimated to fall approximately 1.81% to 9.79. That's what we're predicting. There's an example of a mill rate history. And then if you go out, anybody that wants to see what's going on in school finance and you are interested, go out and take a look at the mill rate histories of various school districts across the state of Wisconsin. And you can easily see the ones that are being managed carefully, conservatively, and efficiently. Their mill rate over the last decade will be on the same trajectory that Green Bay Public Schools is, where it's going on a slight decline every year. And if you take a look at the budget book that Angie and I put together for you, and you take a look at that last page, you'll see just how consistent the mill rate has been in this district. And that's something that is very important for the taxpayers to know, that they're not going to be jerked around from one year to the next, where you raise the mill rate one year and you lower it the next year, and then the third year you raise it. And there are districts in the state of Wisconsin that do that to their taxpayers. This district has not. And so I would strongly urge that you continue that process, and this budget proposal satisfies that goal of being consistent. Next slide, Josh. Estimates and assumptions, we're still making them because we don't have all of the data in yet. We'll have those in certainly by the end of the week, and by the time we have our next two listening sessions, or next listening session and budget review session, we'll have those finalized datas in there. And we're already starting to open up the template for the 21-22 budget year. And again, you know, I can't stress to the board enough. If you want to impact the budget 5 or 10 years down the road, those are the decisions that the board has to make now as far as what are you going to go forward in staffing, what programs are you going to support, what programs are you going to not support. Those are the assumptions and those are the decisions that the board has to make that are going to impact future budgets. This budget has been already impacted by those decisions, and we've put together a budget that's representative of those past decisions and how this school year must operate based upon the contracted employees we have and the contracted services that we'll be providing our children this school year.
All right. Thank you very much, Pete and Angie, for that really thorough and great budget presentation. Does anyone have any questions for Angie and Pete? I know I have a couple, but see if anybody else wants to go first. Go ahead, Rhonda.
Thank you. So Pete, you had mentioned that $95 million worth for local property taxes need to be raised to support the proposed budget. Can you clarify what that means?
Certainly. If you take what school districts are allowed to spend based upon the revenue limit law, you multiply that by the number of students that you have, you include all of the exemptions that you're eligible for. For example, in this district, because we are declining, there's a declining enrollment exemption. You add all of those exemptions into that formula, then you're able to get the aid that the state of Wisconsin is going to give you, plus the levy that the board can legally set, so that those two numbers equal that levy limit. It's a revenue limit formula. It's been in place since 1993. This school district has used the revenue limit formula to its max every single year since 1993. You've never failed to go up to what the limit is allowing you. The reason that you do that in this district is because you are one of the lowest spending districts in the state of Wisconsin. So you use that low spending allowance to get you to the limit as high as you can go. Many districts in the state of Wisconsin spend thousands of dollars more per student than Green Bay Public Schools does.
But I will ask how you feel about this. But in the year 2020, right, we have a significant amount of families, corporations, companies who may not even be able to pay their taxes this year, right? There are a lot of people that are experiencing that. So this is unprecedented, right? We talk about this all the time. It's unprecedented times, and it's unprecedented when we probably talk about that formula. Wouldn't that be accurate?
You know, I would suggest that if you were in a district that spent thousands of dollars more per student than Green Bay, that might be more of a concern, but you are among the bottom of the districts in the state of Wisconsin in terms of spending. You have some of the more severe needs in this district as a result of the urban center and the poverty numbers that you have in this district. So I would suggest that your children are more expensive to educate here than potentially districts that serve more affluent population, but yet they're spending more. So at some point in time, there has to be a mechanism in place to try to keep the field level. And that mechanism, Rhonda, has been the revenue limit and the low spending allowance for those districts that are those bottom spenders like Green Bay Public Schools.
So that obviously makes sense for a lot of people there, but there will be, and we've heard from them, community members who are, you know, they're stressing over their own tax bills. They're stressing over the fact that they are having to handle the virtual learning experience. They're stressing about that. You know, you talked about the board looking 5-10 years ahead at what we need to be preserving and investing in. Isn't it true that families are going to do that same thing as well, that property owners, taxpayers are also looking at their 5 to 10 year plan? Because I know that I will get this question. $95 million of local property taxes need to be raised to support the proposed budget. And the question will be, why do I have to be okay with that? And aside from everything explained, that is something that is out there, especially when we consider future referendums in this community. I think that is something that needs to be, there needs to be potentially something that for people who can understand what you said and recognize that they may not necessarily be where you're at with it. So when they hear that their local property taxes will be raised, but they're living through a pandemic, probably furloughed significantly, I look at it's realistic to think that there are people out there that have gripes that are actually, they could be validated. I mean, we have a lot of money to spend. It is a lot of money, and we have tax dollars that are coming from families who are not potentially working what they were how they were, but we're still collecting the same, if not more, tax dollars from them. So I'm just trying to understand how that is something that we can smile about and speak to in a pandemic. This is a very different situation. I just want to know what the district's opinion is on that, because there will be families, and there are families who won't be able to pay their taxes. There are commercial property taxes and other companies that will not be able to pay their taxes as well. We know this. They're vacating buildings left and right, and they're furloughing their workers. So that is concerning to me, especially when we're not even sure we'll be in school next year. That specific statement is just really hard to realize and to normalize for me personally.
Okay, so let me come at it a little different angle, Rhonda, because I see you have heartfelt concerns around this. I did not smile. I never smile when it comes to property taxes. It's a very serious subject for me. If you pull back in your spending in this district and you spend lower than the lowest spending limit, you are making this district even lower away from the average spending. You guys in Green Bay schools, you do not spend to the state average. You spend below the state average. If you pull back on your spending, what that'll do is it'll reduce aid the following year. And remember, I said that property taxes were a function of what your limit was and your aid and your property taxes. So if you get less aid, and I mean, everything that I've done in this district since I've been here has been to maximize aid. If you get less aid, all of that money gets shifted to the property taxpayer. So by pulling back, you're actually hurting the property taxpayer in year 2 and year 3 and beyond. Do you see that? So pull back in spending, pull back in what you levy this year, and you spend less. You get less aid the following year, and you have to tax more. There are examples of districts all over the state of Wisconsin that have done that to their taxpayer. And what they do then is they'll have a lower mill rate one year, and then the next year they have to jack it up because they've lost aid. So you're not a big spender. You don't spend to the average, and you have a population that you should be spending more than the average on.
Oh, I've definitely had issues with how the money has been spent for families. I've made that pretty clear the last couple of years. But still, just so that I understand and I can explain it. So we have to continuously spend more in order to receive more. Is that kind of what you're saying? If we're not spending it, we're not receiving it.
Right, and maybe some of the other board members can weigh in here as well, but let me just leave you with this final thought then. The equalization aid formula in the state of Wisconsin was really designed to do two things. It was designed to create a level playing field so that all children would have the same opportunity. And the mechanism was put in place to take high spending districts and pull them back closer to the average, and low spending districts like Green Bay and push them up closer to the average. Now, has it worked perfectly? No, it has not worked perfectly, but it has worked to the extent that Green Bay Public Schools needs, in order to get closer to the average, to achieve the aid to come back to replace the property taxes in years in the future, you need to get to that low spending limit. You are actually quite a bit below the state average in spending.
So it is possible then, and this is my last statement on this, even if we don't have schools open, even if we don't have staff implemented and working to their contract, to realize their full contract, we have to continue that practice, because otherwise you're saying we could be in jeopardy of receiving aid. So even if we're not open all year long and we don't have buildings open and we're not actually realizing the bills as they should be, as they've been budgeted for, it doesn't matter, because the real rub would be we wouldn't receive aid from the state. And this could apply to even next year. Is that what you're stating?
No, that's not at all what I'm stating.
But if we're not spending the money, we're not receiving the money, is what I'm hearing you say.
My understanding is that we have employees that have contracts, employees that are here working, whether they're doing their work virtually or whether they're doing their work in person, and the school year is underway. I would say fully 85 to 90% of the budget is consumed in employee contract wages and benefits and contracted services that are happening. It's just not happening in person, but people are working hard and they're getting paid for their hard work. And like I said before, Rhonda, the operations teams that I work with, and I know the teachers and the building level administrators are working harder than they've ever worked before. They're not reneging on their duties.
No, and I'm not saying that either, but what I've been asked about, and I'm curious about it as well, is I do wonder if every single employee that has been budgeted into millions of dollars is actually working, and are we willing to do this again if we have to next year? And that is a question that taxpayers would like to know. And I believe it's a fair question. These are some people out there who aren't working anymore, or they've been reduced in their job, or they've been furloughed, right? So they do not have these opportunities.
So I want to jump in here first, and I know we'll go to Andrew and then to Laura. Rhonda, can you be more specific? Who in the Green Bay Public Schools is not working hard or working towards their contract?
So first of all, because this happens to me on a regular basis, right? Before it goes into some Facebook group, I've never said a word that somebody isn't working hard, but it is a fact.
You did say that people aren't working towards their contracts. That's what you said.
Okay, yep. Does that sound like I said that people aren't working hard? I did not say that. You
not
said
as hard as they normally do.
Reduced, right? Are people off? Are they working a partial are there any people who are working a partial contract or off? Right?
So because this is how people approach this, and I can understand this. If you're not in a building, if you've been employed to be in a building or on a playground or in a maintenance office, or if you've been employed to be in a position in a normal in-person school atmosphere, You cannot with a straight face tell me that they're doing the same amount of work. That is just not possible. Now, I'm not saying that it is across the board, and this is not what I'm hearing from people, but they are questioning it. This is not something to get defensive and to clutch our pearls about. This is a serious, significant question that is out there. And it would be interesting to know that. Are we interested in doing this again, if in fact we don't have in-person school? So if you have an online store and you have 10 employees, right? I'll bring it to this, and everybody has a position and they have a job because they work in the store, and now store's closed. It's just a fact that people aren't doing the same job. Not everyone. There are some people that are working harder, and this is true, and we know this. But it bears the question, when we start talking about millions and millions of dollars and people's taxes being raised and people who are struggling. Some people have had to quit their jobs to be home with their kids to handle the virtual school, and that's a fact. When we're asking them to potentially pay more, I think it's a fair question to answer without us getting super defensive and making it personal. And I'm not trying to do that, but my job as an elected public school board member is to respond to these questions, and I'm getting them a lot. So I'm just looking to understand what we would do, why we would continue, because at the end of the day, I want to be able to give the correct answer, not an opinion. And that is what I'm asking for. And I'm understanding it as we speak about it, as we talk about it. I am not saying people are not working hard, but it is a fair question when you have an entirely different situation turned upside down, who is literally still working in the capacity that their contract asks them to, as if they were in person. And I think we're going to get that question. If we go to referendum ever, people fairly will ask that question. Groups of people will want to know that. And I think it's something we should prepare for. And I'd love to be able to answer that without just giving an opinion. So that's where I'm coming from. I am not trying to pinpoint people into anything, but it is something that is out there. It's being asked. It's a fair question and assumption in a pandemic when people don't have jobs like they did, and they can't just get paid because their building closed. They're being furloughed for 3 weeks at a time, and they can work a week. I mean, these are the realities of people outside of school districts. So it's important just to remember that when we consider these budgets in a pandemic, and that is where I'm coming from.
Maybe just one quick note to remind everybody what we're talking about is the 21-22 budget. So the presumption would be that hopefully we have returned to some type of new normal and our students are back in session, our programs are back up and running, and we're back to the extent of some type of, like I said, new normal with an expectation that we're going to have additional remediation that we need to do. There are going to be other additional tasks that were not present, say for instance, at the start of the last school year. So I would just remind everyone that what we're working on here is the 21-22 budget.
And I am very aware of that's what that is. And that is where these questions are coming from. Not even touching on the public forum speaker. People are thinking about next year. You know, what if this continues on? Do we just pay out the budget? I mean, these are questions that maybe you haven't been asked these questions. I get them all the time.
Maybe one other thing to think about is we have one opportunity to set a levy. And if we bank on the fact that we're still going to be in a virtual environment and we think we can run cheaper than we can this year, which I'd say I'm not sure we can do that, but let's just say that that's an assumption. And we set the levy low and things turn around and kids are back in session, we don't have an opportunity to go back and reset that levy. That's done. So if we set the levy low, we can't come back and make an adjustment to that. If the board determines that we need to change programming as we move into next year, and that generates a surplus in the budget, that can certainly be taken into consideration as you set future budgets. But you have one crack at setting the levy. This is it.
Right.
And if you set it low.
And Steve, the levy is already lower, levy rate lower than it was last year. So if a person's house valuation doesn't change, they're going to be on a $150,000 house. They're going to actually be paying less taxes than they paid last year because the mill rate is lower. Some homes will change with valuation depending upon the assessment cycle of the municipalities, and others won't. So there will be people that will be paying less taxes for school this year than they did last year if their valuations don't change.
But then Pete, that still brings me back to that $95 million worth of local property taxes need to be raised to support the proposed budget. I guess I'm confused by your statement. When you say that, I get that, I understand that, but then you said the other thing. So I'm trying to.
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
So is it not true? So when you stated that $95 million worth of local property taxes need to be raised to support the proposed budget, is that not true?
That is true.
Okay. So unless property taxes aren't raised, the budget doesn't fly.
When you say raised, do you mean raise in increase? Like 95 million more than last year?
I took it down word for word. No. That's why I'm just asking.
Rhonda, I'm not
was generate
at all. The property values go up. The mill rate has gone down. That will allow the district to raise additional resources. The resources that are being raised by the district are dependent upon state statute. That state statute is called the revenue limit law. It's a combination of how much money you get from state aid and how much you get from local property tax. If you reduce your local property tax portion, the following year, you're not going to be spending as much money and your aid will go down. When your aid goes down, then your property taxpayers have to pay more. It is exactly the wrong financial strategy for a property taxpayer to have.
Okay, and I hear that, but maybe then it's just, maybe there's a better way to say that other than property taxes need to be raised to support the budget. Because that's what people will hear.
We have to raise property taxes. Property taxes have to be collected to support the budget. Sorry.
Okay, well that's different than something that needs to be raised, right? Because then people think increase.
Sure.
And I know, I'm sorry, Laura, that you're over it, but
no,
this is a fair question when you want to go to referendum. These are things people are going to want explained, and they deserve it. Their money.
We're going to go to
money. It's their money.
We're going to go to Andrew. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, so yeah, raise, though it is correct. I mean, there's the term raised, right? Raised taxes almost always refers to taxes going up, although the other definition of raised is to, right? So if we're just talking about, so yes, 95 million has to be collected in property taxes to do this budget. And unfortunately, and people tell me I'm nuts for wanting to live in a world that's different, but I would like to live in this other world because it's better. I do think there should actually be, the state should provide fair fair funding to districts, and districts would have some local flexibility based on their property tax rates. And if you want more school spending, you hire, you elect people with those priorities, and if you want lower taxes, you elect people with those priorities, and that's how the system is supposed to work. But since it's so badly broken by years of, it's just so badly broken that what we're stuck with is a system where you get punished if you reduce spending, and your decision to cut taxes becomes a permanent one, and it's an unfortunate reality that we're in. I do think if we had a decrease in spending for some reason, though, we do have things we can do now. We have better ways of managing that in a way that's good for the taxpayers, and you don't have to lose funding in future years. We do have the Fund 46 that we could put into future maintenance, so there are better ways of dealing with it now. But it is unfortunate that if you decided to just give a tax cut one year, you're going to lose state aid immediately and forever. And that's a terrible way to make the rules, but it's the rules that we live under. I would like to hear, I would assume this is a very small percentage, but if we do have, I think it's a relevant question that'll be asked in the community. If there is a small percentage of people who have, taken a voluntary unpaid situation temporarily that we were able to accommodate, that might be some very small budgetary impact. I'd be interested in hearing about that at a future meeting because it's a relevant question. But the structure is not structured in a way that you can just you're heavily penalized by the state if you tax more than they think you should, and if you tax less than they think you should, you're heavily penalized by the state. So
go ahead, Kristina.
I think it's just really important that, to go back to the conversation we had about gating criteria, which I don't want to get into again, but as we think about transitioning, hopefully, to a model that gets us out of virtual to hybrid to in-person, if we rip away the fabric of our employees and our staff that keep everything going, that transition is going to be nearly impossible. So there's a couple considerations here. One, yes, our staff is changing in their scope of work and what they do. Of course they are, right? Because people are working differently and doing different maybe duties, and it has shifted a bit. But two, if we remove staff in the short-term view, or remove staff, I'm not saying we're going to do that, but I'm just saying, for whatever reason, as a cost-saving measure to shut buildings or whatever, we have ripped apart the fabric of our entire school system. And that school system is delicate and it's balanced, and it all is dependent on one another. We employ a large amount of employees, people who rely on us for their bills and to and to cover their house and their own food. And we need to really ensure that we have a long-term plan for economic stability, not just for our district, but for this community. And remember that at the end of the day, we all want to get back in person. And if we start changing, the structure significantly, then that means that fabric has been pulled apart, and how we put that back together rapidly or in a long-term fashion once we're back in person, which is hopefully going to happen sooner rather than later, will be destructive. So I think it's important that we stay wise. Pete and Angie, I really appreciate this presentation. I think there will be more information coming out. I'm excited to see more of the numbers, but I think, our district is the bedrock of our economy here in Green Bay. And it's important that we stay strong and we, remain flexible, but we continue to invest and be smart about how we spend our money. So thank you.
Go ahead, Brenda.
I'd also like to add that in my many years on the board, getting us to the point where we're at average revenue limit has been ongoing work that started before my tenure. There's been multiple groups working on that, and we finally arrived to the point where the state legislature has acknowledged the low spending districts and have put in place a mechanism to get us to the average. And to turn down that now would be a huge mistake. In addition to what Kristina just said, and also what Pete's saying and Andrew are saying about if we don't accept that money now, we kind of lose it forever. I do have a couple questions about the budget itself. Can I go ahead, Eric?
Brenda. Yep. Now's
okay.
a great.
So I'm looking it seems like our human resources percentage is different this year than what I've seen before. And I'm seeing that I think the contracted services went up because normally the benefits and the salaries would equal, close to 80%, and they're only at 65%. And then you have the contracted services. So I'm just wondering how that balance switched and why we have more in contracted services than salaries.
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, Brenda. Is that all in Fund 10? And if it is, I can delve in and do deeper research just to pull that out, to ferret it out, and certainly get back to everybody. I would hate to make a guess.
Yeah,
Is that in Fund 10?
Yeah, it's Fund 10 is the pie chart that I'm looking at. And I'm just looking to see what last year's budget book looked like. And maybe I'm remembering from previous, further back than just last year.
Yeah, and I do have to caution you as well if you're looking at actuals versus budget. We had the COVID crisis that hit us in March last year. While we paid out all of our salaries to all of our employees, those many people who take the district's health plan were not allowed to go to the doctor for routine care or for things that could be postponed because clinics were closed, hospitals were closed. And so there was a savings with respect to healthcare. So when you're comparing last year to this year, where we expect a more normal year with respect to healthcare, and who the heck knows what normal is anymore, you're going to see a difference with respect to just the healthcare. And when I say that, I have to qualify that with this understanding, and I hope that I can reach each of you to your deepest understanding here, because this is critical. In many school districts where you pay to an insurance company a premium for a healthcare plan, that money is given to that insurance company, and then those claims are paid by that insurance company, irrespective of what happens. So in the case of having clinics shut down and hospitals shut down and procedures deferred, the healthcare company, the insurance company, would take all of those premiums and keep them as profits because they're not being paid out. In this district, because you are self-insured, those premiums are collected by the school district, and then the school district pays out those expenses. So the school district still retains that money that would have gone into those services had they been used. And Angie and I fought like heck with our auditors to establish a fund so that we could roll money to preserve it, to be ready to pay for it next year when we think that those deferred services are going to need to be paid for. So we have deep concerns that our budget for healthcare might not be enough this year, but we do have reserves on hand so that we can pay for extra services should those provide. And I know that's going to sound really strange to many of you, but the point is we have that money and not the insurance company. It's not going to the profit of the insurance company. It's not going to build a big building or pay a CEO salary at an insurance company. It's here with the district, and we have that money in reserve. And so you'll notice in our Fund 10 fund balance, that fund balance went up considerably. That's why. That Fund 10 balance is sitting out there as undesignated, so that in case there's a reason for us to have to pay more for healthcare, because we are the insurance company, there are funds available to do that.
Brenda?
Yeah, and Pete, I just looked back the last 2 years budget books, and so I'll withdraw my question on the difference.
Okay.
I was just going to say, Brenda, I was going to say that we're pretty close. Salaries and benefits are down maybe 2%. And then, you know, and contracted services are up like 2%, if even that.
Yeah.
So it looks pretty comparable to last year. But if you have, deeper or specific questions, just let us know and we can dive into what those costs were.
Okay. All right. Yeah. No, thanks. That's good. That's all I have. Thanks.
I have another question.
Go ahead, Rhonda, and then we'll go to Noah.
Pete, I was asked to ask about the unemployment compensation insurance going up significantly. What is that?
Yeah, that's a great question, Rhonda. I'm glad you asked that. We did have to pay some unemployment compensation insurance to our subs. So substitute teachers that normally would work during the school year, there's a formula that's used to determine, about how much they would work for Green Bay, how much they might work for Howard Suamico, how much they might work for another district. And many of those subs will work for many districts and actually have a full-time job subbing. So whatever portion that they would work for us, because there was not work for them, they received unemployment. And what many folks in the world might not understand is that when a school district has a employee that's on unemployment, the district has to pay that unemployment claim. It's not an insurance company that pays it. It's not a fund that pays it. The unemployment claim is made against the state of Wisconsin Department of Workforce Development, and then this school district has to reimburse that Department of Workforce Development for that claim. So if we do mass layoffs of our employees, we're going to suffer the consequences of having to reimburse that unemployment insurance fund. So it would be a very unwise financial move for the district to lay off a lot of staff. We don't have work for the subs. They're eligible for unemployment. We have to pay it.
And you'll also...
Go ahead, sorry.
Rhonda, you'll see that in the 200-131 object code that also decreased quite a bit. So we kind of have filled that in for unemployment. But if for some reason we get back into blended, then of course, we'll shift those funds where needed. So we'll just do a budget transfer to cover if we need to cover for subs or if we need to increase that unemployment insurance.
And then this is my last question. And this is coming again from someone out in the community. Do you anticipate structuring contracts differently at all? Are they going to stay the same? Is there something that, we talk about the transportation contract, right? Is it true that we are still paying it, aren't we?
Yeah, and yes. I'm glad you brought that point up, Rhonda, as well. And here's what's going on. We have contracts with our transportation providers, Lamers and First Student, and those contracts have been in place for many years. Those contracts are coming to the end of the length of the term of the contract, and we have actually gone out with a request for proposal for bus contracting services to start, I believe, in the 21-22 school year. I think that's right. The reason that there's such a delay between now and the time that the RFPs are going out and when they have to be back in here coming soon is that if there would be a vendor that would win that contract, they need to be able to have the time to purchase buses, get a terminal, get all set up so that they can provide transportation services to our district. And in doing so, they are going to want a guarantee that they will be able to pay their bills in the case that the school district does not operate. So in a sense, I'm kind of going backwards in time, thinking how these contracts were put together, years and years ago to guarantee that these contractors would receive their payment. They still have to make the payment on their buses. They still have to make the payment on their buildings. We did tell them that they needed to keep their bus drivers employed because in order to qualify for the CARES money, at the time the CARES money was provided, school districts had to show that they were paying their contracts and keeping their employees employed. So we have the option now to have that excluded from our contract or not in this new RFP process that we're engaging in. So we could start fresh with a new company or the same companies if they should happen to win the RFP proposal. But I guarantee you that if we take the language out that says they won't get paid in the case of a pandemic shutdown, that they're going to charge a premium for every single trip, for every single bus route that they run, because they've got to cover the cost of acquiring all of that equipment and acquiring the property so that they can serve us. Now, our transportation contractors are being paid for their base contract. They're not getting paid mileage for the buses because the buses aren't going down the road. But my understanding is that money is to cover the cost of the equipment, the cost of the operation, and the cost of the drivers, because at any point in time when the board should decide that we're going to go back to face-to-face instruction, they have to be ready to perform. They can't say, oh, well, wait, Pete, I got to take 6 months to buy the buses and get things all lined up. If I say you got to perform, you got to perform. They have to have the equipment, they have to have the overhead, and they have to have the people sitting on by standby waiting to go in order to run.
But in the same breath, we could go an entire year being off site and none of that happens. So it's really good to be the bus company. I mean, I guess so many people do not operate under this.
Well,
they just don't. That's
I would assume
that
the bus company has overhead that they're paying for. So while it may be, as you said, I'm not going to say that. As you said, it's really good to be the bus company. I can't tell them to sell all of their buses and then next week tell them to go buy all their buses back just to run buses.
No, of course not. But you can see how it gets to be kind of sticky, right? I mean.
Oh yeah, I will tell you, there's nobody on this screen that wants kids in school more than I do. And there's nobody on this screen that hates COVID more than I do. This sucks. It absolutely sucks.
Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I would, at some point, I mean, I believe in keeping our employees whole, our staff whole, which means we're going to pay you and we are going to have available work for you, because I believe there's enough available work that can be figured out, and there's plenty of additional places there could be additional adult help for regular employees. Subs, obviously, there might be somewhat less need for subs. Then again, if people are unable to work, then there could be more. But I'm less. I would certainly be interested in discussions, which would probably be a closed session, because it would be contract modification strategy if we entered an extended period of time where there was no services being paid. Like I said, I believe that it's our responsibility to take care of our staff, but part of, to some extent, I might look at that, but I don't think we're there yet. And we do have buses running, and we're also, We're also forced by the state to pay for private school busing if they're still open, and nothing we can do about that. So we're forced to pay for that bus to run with one kid on it to private school, no matter how irresponsible it is for it to be open. So I guess I would say I have full commitment to our staff being whole, and I'm open to discussions about contractors not providing services if they're not being provided, case by case.
Yeah, I think I've addressed this before, but all contracts that we've entered into this year has included language with respect to need to terminate the contract if services can't be provided as a result of COVID. We've used more broad language than COVID, just as a result of a pandemic or similar type circumstance. We have included that language to protect the district in all contracts since last March. For the most part, services have been provided. We're not entering into contracts with contractors who aren't able to provide services. Professional development is being provided remotely. Vendors are still performing necessary services for the district. We still need our security company to be providing security on the weekends when kids come and vandalize our schools. We still need the milk company to deliver the milk. We still need our food to feed kids. This idea that school is not going on and that we are not providing services to kids is just absolutely not accurate. Our staff are still, I would say that our staff are working harder now than they have ever worked in their lives, whether it be our facility staff who have had to come in and had to clean our buildings because we've had staff on site who were symptomatic and now we have extra cleaning protocols. Our food services staff are having to work harder than they've ever worked before. Our monitors are doing check-ins with kids on a daily basis. They may not be providing supervision on playgrounds, but they are providing supervision in multiple other ways. So again, this idea that our contractors aren't providing services or our staff are not performing their contracts, that's just not the case. And actually it's kind of insulting to our staff because they absolutely are. And it's not a point of being offended. There's nothing to be offended. It's just not the reality of what is going on a day-to-day basis.
So nobody, that's why nobody said the staff isn't working hard. Nobody's
saying that. Nobody's saying that. But it also it's very important that we acknowledge, and recognize how families are feeling, and some families are feeling that way, and that is important to do that because again, we are taking their money to do this. So it is important. That is true, but two things can be true. And there are people out there that do not agree with you.
Well, then I would hope, Rhonda, if families are feeling that way, that we would be correcting the way they're feeling and let them know what the actual reality is. Because
well, I think I'm not ever going to tell someone how to feel, ever.
I'm not
especially
asking you to do
pandemic,
that.
But the reality. But we need to acknowledge their reality. We need to acknowledge their reality. Staff is working hard, yes. Parents do not sometimes feel supported, yes. And that is a reality that is out there and they live in it. So it's not insulting to bring it up because it's how they feel. And that's our job.
And some of the time, some of the transportation isn't running, even though some of it is. That's real too. And I guess what I would say is I am where, like, and there's some very small percentage of staff who requested an unpaid leave where there's a budget impact, but that worked out. And, but I would, I don't, yes, the scale of my independent business, granted, is much smaller than this, but I had engagements where and I would imagine Rhonda probably had them too, where her contracts didn't, you know, explicitly say you can get out of paying if the service isn't rendered due to a pandemic. Like, none of my contracts said that, yet when my engagements didn't happen, I didn't get paid, and I had no recourse, no real recourse, even though probably a contract was signed that there was a cancellation date. The reality is I didn't render the service. That being said, I think most of the services, the only place where I think maybe it's not is some percentage of the busing, and I'm speaking of if we come into a future where buses aren't running for a lot longer than I would hope they would be running long before then. I think I protect our employees at a higher level than I protect third-party That's all I'm saying. That's my philosophy.
All right, Laura, go ahead, and then Noah.
Look, I'm going to ask my fellow board members here. Do you trust the people that we have hired to handle the resources of our district to the benefit of our students? I mean, I trust our admin team to know how to manage the resources of this district. I trust Angela and Pete to know how to maximize those financial resources for the betterment of an education of our staff and our students. And yeah, I can imagine there's a lot of people watching this who are insulted, who are working their butts off to great, personal detriment, who work for our district and are like, what is this? So I just want to reiterate that we hire these people who are experts with years and decades of experience and expertise. I don't have that expertise. I don't have that experience. So yes, we rely heavily on them and their judgment. And I'm more than happy to do that. So can we just move on?
But I also think it's important that we get elected
to
it's Noah's
turn.
People actually elect us to come here and ask questions. That's why we're there. We're not a glorified PTO.
Go ahead, Noah.
They elect us to come here and ask them questions.
That's insulting. We are not a glorified PTO.
Hey. Well,
no,
I mean,
Noah's
if
turn.
we can't even ask for clarification.
Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Rhonda. Noah raised his hand. I want to get to Noah. Thank you.
That's insulting to the public that elected you.
So here's what I'm going to say. And I will just say, as far as fiscal matters, if I told you guys what I actually believed about economics, I would be even less respected by everybody. So I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to say, I definitely get the appeal. My heart definitely loves saying, you're really going to increase taxes when my child, is crying every day because they're not able to socialize with their friends. I get it. My heart definitely understands where you would want to say, don't. And I know there are people watching who are thinking right now too, why are you about to raise my taxes right now? Right now, or is this really the time? I get it. The problem is the state formula and the formulas and the layout is it's sinister. Okay, the way they set it up, I've looked at this. You can't just do what a county or a city does and say we're going to cut the taxes because it'll make the constituents happier and we'll cut a little bit of service. You can't do it. They don't let you. They set it up so that even if you cut the taxes one time, your taxes are about to go up, like has already been said. So as much as definitely my heart, I'm not going to comment on the budget. I think it's definitely above my pay grade. But as far as just the overall philosophy of cut the taxes because we're in virtual school, I understand it. My heart says yes, but my head says if you cut the tax, you don't actually cut the tax. You just raise it in the future. And it's because of this weird bureaucratic system that needs to get replaced. I hope it does. If I ever end up in the state legislature, which, yeah, never. But if I did, I would hope I could help to reform that. But Yeah, there's more to it, and I wish that weren't the case than what a county can do and just slightly reduce the taxes. You don't have that option. Just throwing that out there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah. No, one thing I want to correct, and I think it's was a misunderstanding amongst the board tonight. We are not, this budget does not raise the taxes. We're not charging people more than they paid last year. We're not going out to get more money to run our school district than we have in years past. So we talked about that for a second. We're not raising anybody's taxes. And that needs to be very, very clear in this budget. I think that was made multiple times. So at this point, I would entertain a motion to approve the budget.
Can you explain one more time that we're not approving a budget? We're approving the process?
Yep, we're basically approving what is going to go to the public for public feedback. So this isn't the end of the budget process. This is actually just the beginning.
Eric, I can read the motion for you.
Thank you.
I move that the 2021 budget as presented be approved.
Second.
Did you get that, Beth? All right. We are ready to vote. Does everybody remember? I know it's been a while.
Online voting has not been open.
Can you just put me in yet for yes, please? Thank you.
Okay. All votes have been entered and the motion has carried with all board members voting in favor.
All right, motion passed 7-0. Thank you very much for that. All right, moving on to number 9, agenda setting. First thing here is the board meeting schedule. Second and fourth Mondays. Again, that decision was made, and really this is a credit to Superintendent Murley, and maybe there's others on his cabinet that pointed this out, but our previous schedule had us meeting the first and third Mondays, but on several instances throughout the year, because of Labor Day, 4th of July, things of that nature, we would have to modify that schedule where we weren't meeting on that regular routine. And Steve presented something to Kristina and I that said if we actually move them to the second and fourth Mondays, we would be on the second and fourth Monday for the entire year and not have to modify that. So that creates more consistency, certainly for board members and for our community to know when to expect us to meet. So that's sort of the schedule that's presented here. The one thing that we may need to discuss a little bit, there was a suggestion that board meetings start at 6 o'clock and work sessions start at 5 o'clock. So we can certainly discuss that now. I know that meeting start times have been adjusted, I think even in the time that I've been here, so can have a little bit of dialogue and feedback on that. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, so first of all, I do think that this is only for the whole board to change. So I'm glad that it's here. I think we said over the years we've been as late as 6 o'clock for work session, 7 o'clock for regular, which I think was too long. I think after a lot of discussion, we got to something that worked. It was a 6 p.m. start time for all meetings with a 5 o'clock placeholder because there was usually some amount of closed session. So that way we're inconveniencing ourselves with the earlier start, but not the public, because we can break at 6 and returned to closed session because we posted that way. But it kept us from being extremely late with closed session. I don't support, so in that sense, any board meeting that was posted at 5 o'clock would have only been for the purpose of going into closed session. I think anything that's going to have an audience should be 6. I think 6 is the right. I think 6 is the right balance. I think earlier doesn't necessarily account for a large number of people who have a work day that ends close to that time. So that's where I'm at. I don't think it should have. I don't think it should have been ever changed off of 5, off of 6. Although I realize there was maybe some confusion about. We did have it kind of set up in a way that it was always a placeholder at 5 that usually got canceled. I get that, but I think they should just all be. I like the idea of 6 with the 5 o'clock closed session placeholder. I think it worked well.
I'm just gonna challenge that for a second. And sometimes board members make a statement that they assume applies to everyone without any real backing there. In this instance, if we would have started tonight's meeting at 5 o'clock, I would have been able to be done with this and put my kids to bed on time. I don't think that starting at 6 and then running meetings till 10 o'clock is convenient for a lot of families. So if we wanted to increase participation, perhaps starting earlier would actually increase that rather than decrease it. And so I understand the thought that, yes, it probably does work for people who work till 5 o'clock. Yes, this is starting at 6 is probably better for them. But for people who don't want to be watching school board meetings until 10 o'clock at night, they probably would appreciate starting a little bit early. So I would be in favor of having a 6 o'clock board meeting and a 5 o'clock work session because that feels like a compromise. Go ahead, Rhonda.
So 2 years ago, we covered this, and this is when we switched, roughly 2 years ago, we switched it last time. And we talked about the fact that we have engagement in our branding. And there was a lengthy conversation from many board members. Hopefully some will speak up tonight that spoke to this 2 years ago about the fact that we did need to engage with people and that they were more likely to watch if it was after 5. And that's why it had switched. Now, when I first started on the board, it was 5:30. We pushed it to 6 for that reason. We agreed that we believed engagement actually has some teeth. We understood that we really wanted to be available. And now the fact that we have online live stream meetings, we talked a lot about that. We talked about kids coming, parents going to work, getting their kids settled for dinner, and that was an important, at one point that was an important task that we wanted families to do. And then they would be able to potentially watch the meeting. Now, I believe that families have the option to not watch the meeting after 9 o'clock, or maybe it's a matter of fact that a lot of our board meetings lately don't go past 8:30 even. They've been shorter, which has been great. So I think if you look historically back, and maybe it's credit to Superintendent Murley, I'm not sure, but regardless, or maybe it's the pandemic, we haven't had a lot of board meetings that have gone real late like we had in the past. So I think if you had to take and look at the average board meeting lasting till 10, it's just simply not there. And that I think if we're truly going to adhere to the branding of engagement, we should actually start later. I'm absolutely in support of keeping the 6 o'clock time. I think 5 o'clock would be a mistake when it comes to honoring engagement.
We did start at 5 for a closed session today, as exactly as the pre-pandemic plan would have had.
Right.
Go ahead, Noah.
All right, thank you. So I see I'm just going to cover my area of expertise. The rest of that's up to you folks, to the board. But as far as ICSC, the alternating times are are quite weird. I think we sort of got it down at the last meeting, but like, I don't know. I just feel like it, I mean, because we're virtual right now, and I presume we will be for at least through the rest of the year, I don't know how much of an issue it's really going to be. But like, especially when it's in person, you can't realize, oh, shoot, 5 minutes before, I better log on to this board meeting when you get the calendar notification. Once that's out of the table, the alternating between 5 and 6, I think is going to be kind of a problem for some students. Or like, you might sign up for the meeting thinking it's at 6, it's at 5 because of the alternating. I guess I would rather see, my personal preference would be 6, but I don't really care that much. I think more students slightly be available at 6, but you know what I mean? I'm not going to even say that. So I think it would just be better from the student side of things if the time could be universal. And I get you, whatever you guys can come up with is fine, but like, I just think it's better for students if they don't have to try to figure out which time the meeting starts at. Thank you.
The reality here is we've already had a long meeting. We've had some pretty hefty topics. If there's not an overwhelming majority of people who think that the 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock time is a good idea, we just want to stick with 2 meetings that start at 6, the way we've had it before. We'll just stick that way. I mean, we don't want to turn this into, a 45-minute conversation on start times. So,
but still 5 as a placeholder for closed, because I think that's important. I'm glad we're not going to. I mean, granted, some types of closed can't happen late, but if there had been a closed session about a personnel matter, I would have been really glad to not be going into it next, and there's no public impact on that.
Sure. Yep. So I think 5 o'clock is a placeholder if we need a closed session. Otherwise, meetings always start at 6.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Then we have the draft agenda for our October 26th work session. Reminder that we do have a budget session, public hearing session next Friday. So this is 2 weeks from then. Steve, was there anything you needed on that? No, that was just okay. All right. That being said, upcoming events, community updates. Does anybody have anything to share there? Sort of a place.
Wait, Eric, sorry.
Yep.
You said we have a meeting next Friday?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Friday?
I just want to make sure the public knows that it's not on Friday.
Thank you for correcting me. It's so we have a hearing session on Monday the 19th. Is that correct? Or am I making that up?
That's correct.
Okay.
Still on mute. Sorry, I was trying to say yes there.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yep. Sorry. Thanks for catching that. Not Friday, Monday. I don't want to do the meetings on Fridays. All right. With that being said, I'd look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Are we never going to pitch future board agenda items again?
Yeah, that's what I'm sorry, maybe I didn't make that clear. So the October 26th work session, if you had any specific topics. The other thing too, and my preference is for you to be able to kind of say that, and Steve has talked about a format for creating a list for these. So I apologize for skipping over that. Go ahead if you had future agenda items. I don't know that we'll make it on the 26th, but.
But it's a legit thing. We're still doing it.
Yes.
Okay. I would love to have a conversation with regards to supporting virtual learning and formats that teachers are able to use. Obviously, there's been some issues with the YouTube decision. I'd like us to have and this I think maybe even veers from that and goes into how we can be supporting our staff and our families with the context of the virtual learning in general, because we're not talking about it and people want us to be talking about it, right? We're talking about a lot of other things. So I'd like us to be able to at least explore that, touch on it, review maybe some things we're looking at for support and for teachers and staff, and families, especially if we stay off-site for a while. I think it's something we need to, I think in good faith, just have a conversation as a board about. Thank you.
Suggest that as we look at calendaring that we've got a couple of work groups that are working on that, and having some of those representatives present at the table, I think would help facilitate the discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, my apologies. Got a little quick there at the end. No one has anything else. I'd look for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right.
Let me just say all in favor at this time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Pass 7-0. Thanks, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
You have been watching the Green Bay Area Public School District's Board of Education meeting. Please visit the school district's website, www.gbaps.org, to view the program again. If you cannot fully access the information on this video, please let us know the accessibility issue you are having by calling 920-448-2025 or by email at communications@gbaps.org. We will try to provide the information to you in an alternative format and/or make the necessary improvements to make the information accessible.